Testing audio. Testing audio. Welcome to Apperley Cricket Club. We've got a league match today between Apperley First 11 and Gloucester First 11. Our seconds are also playing Gloucester today away, so it's double Gloucester weekend. As the batsmen make their way out to the crease, Matty Williams making his first appearance of the season in the league. That is, he finished the rugby season and then he had a couple of stag do's, I think it was. It meant he's missed the first 3 games. He'll take strike, and at the other end, Adi Mays. It'll be Tom Morris to open the bowling for Gloucester from the church end. Scorers: umpire Nigel Allen, just making sure the scorers are ready. They are. Everyone's in place. So off we go. Decent delivery first up. Good length. So Tom Morris in again to Matt Williams. He plays that on the back foot down to Gully. Picks it up quickly and shies at the stumps. Backed up by mid-wicket. So this is our second appearance of the day on the airwaves. This morning we were on BBC Radio Gloucestershire. As Morris comes in again. That's left alone by Matt Williams. Yeah, our chairman Anthony Wilkes, social secretary Sam Butler, and Matty's brother Jimmy Williams. We're all on a new feature on Radio Gloucestershire called Over to You, the first in a series on local cricket clubs. So we chatted all things Apperley Cricket Club, as well as our plans for the Jubilee next weekend. Morris comes in again, bowls, and solidly defended into the offside by Matt Williams. So if you go to the BBC Sounds app or the website, go to this morning's breakfast show, you can listen to that whole show again, or if you just want to hear the Apperley bits, go to our website, apperleycc.org, and they're up there now. As Morris comes in again, stifled appeal, sounded like might have been a bit of bat on that. So Morris in again then as the sun comes out, and Matt Williams solidly defends again. And that's the end of the first over. It's a maiden. So back with you now, it's Sam Winton opening the bowling from the Chapel end, and that's short and wide to begin. Umpire Tim Williams stretching his arms. So in comes Winton again. Short again. Better line this time, left alone by AD Mays. Good bit of bounce on that one. So I've just been reliably informed that Winton didn't play in the game against Apperley last year. There was only one game because the other was washed out. He comes in again, left alone by AD. But Gloucester have had a better start to the season than Apperley. 2 wins from their 3 games. They beat Tewkesbury last week, whereas we're yet to get off the mark. A very good battle last week. A comeback sort of battle. We only lost by 2 wickets in the end after a low 137 all out, I think it was. At one point, had the opposition 100 for 7. It looked like they might pull off a miraculous victory, but no. As AD Mays tickles that one around the corner. There's a few runs there. It's the keeper who chases it. Nobody else in sight. Williams looking to come back for 3, but no. Decides against it. 2 runs. So Apperley open their account for the day. After the, well, off the bat anyway, there was a wide. So 3 without loss. Winton in again then. Left alone by Mays. So Winton in again then. Left alone again by Mays. Bit of cloud cover once again. As Winton comes in, bowls a fuller delivery. And that's taken by Scott Montgomery, the keeper. Top ball to end the over. Apperley 3 without loss from 2. As 3 of the Apperley players make their way around the boundary on the opposite side of the field to me, just coming up to where the covers are. I think there's 2 of the new players with Curtis Alljoy there, so that will be Neil Osborne and Adam Sercombe. So we're looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the team today. As Tim Williams comes in again, and Matty plays that nicely through the gap between gully and point. Third man comes around, he can't get to it. That's the first boundary of the day. Pete Story to my left, leaning on the railings of the pavilion. That ball made its way towards him, and it'll be his wife Sue providing the tees today. So Williams in, bowls, left alone. Good encouragement from his teammates. And over to my left, I can see Will Story. Sol Dark, who's the informed batsman for Apperley at the moment. I think he'll be coming in at 3. Williams in again. Ooh, Matty just had a little nibble at that one. I think he did leave it alone in the end. Carried through to keeper Montgomery. And alongside Sol, there's Captain Dave Means as well. So Tim Williams in again. That's full, slightly on the leg side, and Matty just works that around, and he's going to come back for 2. Nicely played into the gap. The ball hasn't gone far, but they've managed to get 2 for that. So good running. Apologies, it's Tom Morris who's bowling. It's Tim Williams is the umpire. So Morris in again. Bowls, and Matty leaves that one on length. Possibly line as well. I can't really see from this angle. I'm square on, and that's the end of the over. It's 9 without loss from 3. So just to confirm the umpire Williams, he's the one now standing at the chapel end. And it's Sam Winton to resume. Ooh, playing a miss there, I think, from AD. So today I'm sat outside the scorebox. As it's the first 11 game, we've got proper scorers here. So our very own Jeanette Sullivan and Gloucester's Derek Montgomery, who is the father of keeper Scott Montgomery. There in the box on the controls. As another ball goes through for a dot to the keeper, Montgomery. It does mean that I don't have access to the live chat or the videos or anything, so if you are talking to me and I'm not giving you any response, then apologies. That's because I can't see. All I can see is the play here live in front of me, and that's a good delivery from Winton. Too good the call from one of the fielders. AD won't mind. He's just getting his eye in. I see we've got a new advert to the left, which wasn't here on Thursday. Find out what that is soon. That's wrap the pads. There's a big appeal. Shake of the head and just indicating there, perhaps that was going down leg, was the umpire Williams. A little bit of a change to the field here. As the man at mid-wicket is asked to go a little bit squarer, as is mid-on. So Winton in again then to AD Mays. That's full, driven, and mid-off should get to that. There's a little fumble, yeah, allows AD to get through for one. There's a bit of a wind on as well today. Got my t-shirt, but I think I might have to put my jumper on. Say that just as the sun comes back out again. It's going to be one of those days, I think. So Sam Winton in again. Left arm over bowls, and that one's kept a little bit low. There's Williams, fishes for it, doesn't get near it. That's the end of the over, and I'll just leave you while I pop my jumper on. So Tom Morris then to begin the fifth over of the day. And he bowls to AD Mays. Leaves that alone, goes through to the keeper. Nice carry on that. Pitch looks good out there. But, you can probably see it looks quite green on the video, I would have thought. It's nice and hard. Some good carry. And we're just, I think we're one strip over, possibly two from last week's game. As Morris comes in again, bowls. It's a good length and defended nicely by AD. AD, our tech wizard, who set up all of this, which is allowing you to watch this stream today. Currently 4 cameras we've got. One at either end, 2 on the field. There'll be another 4 added in due course. Morris comes in again. That's shorter and left alone by AD. Over to my left, Lulu is picking up her bag, just heading off, I think. She prepared the pavilion today. cleaned everything up as Austin's away on holiday this week. Morris comes in again and safely left alone again. So Morris in again, bowls, and that one's nicely left alone. Chairman Anthony Wilkes, fresh from his radio interview this morning, joins me. Oh, apparently, yeah, trying to stream into there. There'll be a 60-second delay, I think, so that's all right. It's good because you can watch it live and then see what happened. Yeah, great. Yeah, let me know then if the audio's coming across okay. Great. Morris in again then. And that's left alone again. And groundsman Clive Hale has kindly opened the groundsman's door for me, the shed door, because it is a little bit chilly in the wind. Curtis and the boys just having a game of flags to my right. Oh, that's a good effort. It's good length. You probably can't see it on the video. Curtis's effort. That's a good one. Not bad. As Winton comes in again and bowls from the chapel end, and another one stayed a little bit low, I think. Matty didn't get anything on that. As the boys play between the flags in front of me here. Terrible first effort. Who's that? And Curtis the second to go. That looks nice. Has it got the legs? Has it got? Oh, it has. Oh, it's just gone wide at the end as Sam Winton comes in again then, and Matty leaves that one nicely. And another one here. I'll just find out. What's your name? Neil. You're Neil Osborne. Yes. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. And he's by the way. He's just come to watch. Oh, he's playing. Okay, yeah. Cool. Okay, nice one. Nice. So that's one of our new players, Neil Osborne, who's just walked past with Curtis. Good for me to get to know him if I'll be commentating on him. So Sam Winton comes in again then, left arm over, and that's a full delivery, driven into the covers by Matt Williams, and they come through for one, looking for a second as three fielders converge. Quickly picked up by one of them, so just a single. Well, it was a pleasure for me as well to meet our scorer Jeanette's partner today. Glenn is here. Pleasure because he's a fellow Spurs fan. As that delivery has a nice bounce and carry on it through to the keeper. So I think this is his first visit to Apperley Cricket Club. Hopefully get to see our first win of the season as well. Had a really good pre-season, won all those matches, and then 3 league games, and we're yet to get off the mark. No wicket for Gloucester yet, and Sam Winton comes in, bowls again, and that's left alone by AD. I won't talk too much about my allegiance in football. Quite a few might be rubbed up the wrong way around here, but obviously there's another football match later, the Champions League final. We'll be having that on in the pavilion after the match, if you want to come along. Another dot ball then. And that's the end of the 6th over. It's 11 without loss. Steady start for Apperley. Come on, Tommy, gun the cry. As Tom Morris will be continuing from the church end. There's one solitary cow just ambles across the field opposite me on the leg side of Matty Williams as you look now. In comes Morris. Bowls. Good length. Left alone. And flying quite nicely in today's, well, I'd say more than a breeze, is the Union Jack flag that was put up yesterday, ready for the Jubilee celebrations we'll be having next weekend. So Morris in again to Williams. Rocks back, raises his bat to leave it alone. No run. Little wave from Lloydie and Logsy, our sponsor. Fibre Network Solutions. Okay, what's that new advert I've just noticed next to the barber van there? Abbeydale Blinds, that's the new sponsor, as Matt Williams just plays that one down to the gully region, no run. So the new advert, I should say, on the fence over there next to the barber van, which got a lot of airing on Thursday's games, with the girls playing on the strip closest to me here. His advert was right in shot throughout the match, and we had quite a few views actually for that match. I think 60 different viewers watching live, so that was good. Oh, and there's a swipe at that one. Matty tried to cut that, didn't get close. Encouragement for the fielders, for the bowler Morris. And over by the nets I can see Matty's father Wilbur sat on the bench chatting to a couple of Fitzmaurices. Morris comes in again then, and that one's left alone. Four blackbirds just make their way into the oak tree, two along from me, the other side of the pavilion. As Morris comes in, bowls, and Matty, don't think he had a nibble at that, left alone. White van speeding down the court drive, that's too fast. He slows up now as he comes to the houses, or maybe someone walking along. Go steady, please. It's midday on a Saturday, and children and animals alike are about. So slow but steady start from Apperley. Just the 11 runs from 7 overs. And it'll be Sam Winton, a tall grey-haired figure, to continue. Left arm over from the chapel end. He's in and bowls, and that's left alone again by A.D. Mays. So back to the end of his mark then. Winton. In bowls. Nicely defended by Mays. Into the cover region. No run. The sun comes again. I'll just see if I can edge myself forward a little bit, because I'm just in the shade at the moment. That'll help warm me up. Can't get much further than that. My shins are in the sun. Winton in again. And that's a wider delivery, and it's indeed signalled wide. So that's his second one of the day. Back on it, the call from a couple of the fielders. Winton in again. And he is back on it. That's a full delivery. It's I'm pretty sure there was bat on that, and yeah, AD raises his bat to just indicate that to whether it's the umpire or the players, probably the players. The umpire knew he wasn't interested. Winton in bowls, left alone. That's better. Full bit of sunshine. As Winton comes in again and bowls out on a decent length and left alone outside the off stump. As Winton comes in, bowls what I think is the final ball of the over. Indeed it is. It's another dot ball. He walks back to the umpire to retrieve his cap and jumper. And makes his way down to, I think he's at third man. He might be at fine leg. Or is he in the slips? He's in the slips, isn't he? Morris to continue then. And that's down the leg side. That'll be signalled wide. Anything down the legs is a wide in this league. As the Gloucester players unable to keep the ball off the floor as they throw it between themselves. Back round to the bowler. Loose throw from, I think that was the second slip, to the man at the cover, short cover position. Keep working, says mid-off, as Morris comes in again. Easily left alone by Williams. So we've had 3 wides so far today, and the other 10 runs have come off the bat. 13 in total. We're in the 9th over. Morris in again. Bowls and Matty does look like he has a little nibble at that one. Just walks away towards the square leg umpire, having a little word to himself, I'm sure. Both of these batsmen look quite relaxed though. Morris comes into Williams again. Bowls fuller delivery. Left alone. Keeper Montgomery like that. Morris in, bowls, and Matty plays that into the offside. There's no fielder there, shouts a catch, slightly aerial for a little bit, but no harm. That's played to point. It's 4 runs. It's actually gone up the patio ramp. So, second boundary. A couple of leaves of the oak tree to my left just fall to the ground as the fielder throwing the ball back did so, clipping that tree. So pressure alleviated. Morris looking to build it up again, and he comes. That's a shorter delivery, and Williams can't find the gap this time as he guides it down to the gully fielder. Another spectator about to join us, it looks like, as a little black car pulls up into the car park to my left. In comes Morris and bowls, and that's wrapped the pads on the back foot of Williams. Height wasn't an issue there, but the line obviously was. Not much of an appeal, but that's the end of the over. Up to 17 now, Apperley from 9. So that 4 took Matty onto double figures. He's on 11. 80 on strike on 3, and it's Winton coming into bowl to him. That's full, and that's nicely played by AD. It's not going to go to the boundary as it wraps one of the ring markers on its way through. The batsman get 2, and as the ball comes in, AD's not sure whether to go right or left to dodge it. Shimmies out the way in the end. So 2 more to AD. He's on 5 now. Sam Winton in again. Left alone by AD Mays as the sun makes those cows frisky. They start cantering along in the field behind the wicket keeper as you look. But it's from the chapel end, which is the south end, where the car park is, that Sam Winton is currently bowling. In he comes then. Left arm over the wicket, and nicely left by AD. A pronounced leave there. AD Mays, who started the season in good form. He's had good pre-season. I think he had a couple of 50s, and I think maybe the first league match he might have got a 50 as well. But the last couple of matches, he's not been up to those usual standards as he manages to scamper a single, playing that ball to mid-on. So he'll be hoping on a nice end of May day here at Apperley Cricket Club that he can get back into that form again. And Matty, well, he's just opening his account for the season. First game for him. So our opening pair together for the first time this season as Winton comes in, bowls, and Williams plays that, looks for a little single, but Winton retrieves. Nothing there. Stay patient, says the square leg fielder. Winton in again, and that's a fuller one, and Matty has played that just over the man at mid-off. That was a little bit risky, but he's fine. They come back for 2 as that mid-off fielder runs backwards and picks the ball up before it reaches the boundary. And that's the end of the over, the 10th. Score moves on to 22, I believe. Just waiting for that to update on our score box here. And it'll be Morris to continue into his 6th over from the church end. That's the end where the nets are. In he comes. No run. Morris in again. Left alone again, another dot ball. So Morris in again then. Bowls to AD Mays, who, I'm pretty sure he played that one. He's missed it, yeah. Just tilt of the head. A little bit of chat between the batsman and the slip fielders there. Friendly banter, it looks like. Morris comes in again. And this time AD picks the length of that early, swivels and pulls it to mid-wicket for 4. That's his first boundary. He'll be pleased with that after the previous delivery, where he played and missed. Good to get back on ball very next. And smash it to the boundary. As the sun slowly sweeps across the ground, over towards me. That's better. Morris comes in again. And this time, AD leaves it alone. Yeah, that's a lot better. A lot warmer when I've got the sun on my legs. So a couple of the fielders are loosening up. Might have a change of bowling soon. Morris comes in. That's a shorter one, and AD went to cut it and then left it. That's the end of the over. Apperley on to 26 now. Boundaries in successive overs after a slow but steady start. So no change just yet as Sam Winton returns to the end of his run-up for his 6th over. In he comes now. Williams on strike, has a swing at that, inside edge, goes to square leg. Keeper Montgomery fancies that Matty's gonna fall foul soon. Winton comes in. That's a decent delivery. Left alone by Williams, through to Montgomery. And it's a second slip there. He's probably more of a third slip, but he's the second of the slips. He's warming up, so I suspect Morris might have finished his first spell, might have a new bowler in the next over. But it's Winton in bowls, and that's driven over the cover fielder by Williams. That's going to go for 4. There is a chase on, and he's dived. He has stopped it just in front of Sam Fitzmaurice and Father Paul, who are sat under the willow tree in that corner. That was a good bit of fielding to keep it to just 3 runs. Paul Fitzmaurice who brought Will Story to the ground today. As Winton comes in again, that's left alone by Mays. Living in the Birmingham area, and Will's still at university for not much longer, I don't suppose. He'll be back for the summer. Well, I'm guessing he will be. Maybe he'll be staying up there. But he's getting a lift to the ground from Paul at the moment. He's only too happy to oblige, as his son Sam's in the side as well. Winton comes in then. Bowls, full delivery. Left alone. Another dot ball. Winton in, bowls. That's played out again by AD, and that's just left him. So, dot ball to end the 12th over. And I think, yes, we have got a new bowler as he takes off his blue cap. I'll just find out who that is. And it's Alex Nell who'll be taking over from Morris at the church end. Not the worst way to spend a Saturday afternoon, this. Lovely setting at Apperley Cricket Club. Plenty of beautiful grounds in this part of the world, but this is certainly one of them. When the sun's shining, and the facilities here are just as magnificent. Now we've got a new pavilion. In comes Nell then off a short run up, and a interesting sort of windmill action. That one's tickled around by Williams. It's a fine leg for 4 runs. So as with Sam Winton's first ball, not quite on the money. Forgive him for that. Let's see how his second one goes. That's a better one. Confirmed by the gully fielder. Better line that, Nelly, he says. In comes Nelly again. And that's decent length too, that one. So, finding his area now. From the church end. Bowls that shorter and it's cut, but straight to the man at backward point, so Apperley can't capitalise on that one. Thinking I should have worn my trousers rather than my shorts. Hairs are standing on end. My legs. So that's a fuller one. Dug out by Matt Williams. Again to that man at backward point. Captain Dave Means and Jeremy Yeasley making their way towards me now. As Nell comes in and bowls again. That's Fuller, played into the leg side, but picked up by square leg, no run. What, off for a net, boys? Yeah. Off for a stroll around the pitch, and why not? There's a red car Drives down the court drive. Players not with too much enthusiasm. Getting to their positions for the new over, and it's another new bowler. And it's Scott Davies who will be. Is that Davies with an E? It is, yeah, Davies. To continue from the Chapel end, take the place of Sam Winton, who's actually just come to field next to me. So he's not taking his jumper off, Scott Davies. As he comes in, walks to begin with, and a little skip and a run and a short delivery to begin with, defended by Mays. So Davies again throws the ball from one hand to the other, little skip and a run, and slightly fuller, played into the leg side, mid wickets quickly onto that. The fielders are liking this. Scott Davies again, same thing, tosses the ball one hand to the other, in short, tickled down to the man at gully, and there's a risky run. I think he would have been out if that had been a direct hit. Not sure if it was Matty who called him through, or I mean, he must have done, but that was tight. As it is, it's one run. Winton just asking the captain here next to me if he's to come up for Williams, but staying on the boundary. So Scott Davies with his first ball to Matt Williams. Well, that's up in the air, and tell you what, had Winton gone forward as he was sort of indicating to his captain, he'd have caught that. As it was, he was on the boundary, so he could just come in to retrieve it. Almost chipped to square leg by Matt Williams, not in complete control at all, but he gets a single. And Winton still comes back to the boundary here, as it's AD Mays on strike. And that's tickled. There's going to be 2 or 3 here. Winton it is, and comes from this deep square leg position down to fine leg, and yeah, they're 3 for 3 as he picks the ball up, throws it back in, straight into the gloves of Montgomery. So runs coming now. This is good. A couple of singles and 3 in this over, and now Winton is up with the square leg umpire as Davies comes in, bowls, and he's got a lot of work, Winton, as Williams tickles that behind him into a wide fine leg. Comes through for 2. Poor old Winton, having bowled 6 overs, to do a fair bit of running in the field that over as well. Score moves on to 38, I think. That's what it says on the scoreboard here. It's actually 40. So 40 without loss from 13. Apperley seen off that new ball a little bit. Lady pulls up next to me with a fold-up chair, and not sure what breed that is. Quite a large dog. Alex Nell in again. Need to get some bat on that. No run. And I'm starting to shiver a little bit. Nell again then. That's full, but wide. Umpire thought about it. And then he did turn towards us over here in the score box, commentary box, and signal wide. So Nell looking to straighten up a bit again here. Indeed he does. And AD plays a nice solid defensive. Just into the offside. Nell in again then. Ooh, full, beats the bat. So despite having brought her fold-up chair with her, the lady has sat on one of our benches on the patio. Maybe one of the opposition's wives or girlfriends. Wasn't sure what the facilities would be like here. First class. And that's guided to gully by AD Mays. Gully fielder who picks it up cleanly. As a blackbird swoops right in front of me. And does a bit of pecking around where Sam Winton was fielding last over. In comes Nell. That's left alone by AD. And I'll find out from the scorers and let you know the bowling figures of the opening bowlers in between. At the end of this over, I'll do that. As Alex Nell comes in again. That's Fuller. Again, AD tries to just guide it, but it's gone to the fielder. So Sam Winton had bowled 6 overs for 14 runs, no maidens. And it's from his end that Scott Davies continues. That's a shorter one, nicely guided by Matt Williams, but also very well fielded by the man there at short third man. Dive to his right, stop the ball, so just a single. And as AD Mays takes strike, the fielder comes back onto the boundary. Scott Davies comes in again. The fielder next to me, that is. Square leg. Slower delivery there and played back by AD Mays. And at the other end, it was Tom Morris who opened up. He bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens for 15. Scott Davies in again then. Bowls and slightly uppish on the shot there for Mays, but no issue at all. That's another dot. And Laggy's here. Fresh from his son's wedding last night. Got married to Colin McPherson's daughter. So right old Apperley Cricket Club affair. And that's... Oh! I couldn't quite see because the position I'm in, AD Mays, the batsman, was blocking my view, but he played it straight to the backward point. Whether that was catchable or not, I couldn't see, but there was no run. Davies in again then. And that's nicely played by AD Mays. Played it late. The backward point comes around, keeps it to 1. Matty Williams back on strike. And yeah, Laggy, as he was at the wedding last night, it meant he didn't do the barbecue he usually does on a Friday, but it was still running as um, Rachel and Dan Harari. Ooh, and a little appeal. Went down the leg side. Must have been a bit of pad on it, because if it was down the leg side, it would have otherwise been signalled wide. Wasn't as busy a night last night up at for the kids' nets. I think a lot of families went on holiday, start of the half term. Still a decent amount, and a lot of parents and members of the village came up for their barbecue and drinks behind the bar. It was a nice evening. Sun was out again, as it is now. Top ball to start the over from Alex Nell. Nell in again. That's full. I think it was quite wide as well. Yep, signalled wide by the umpires. Just waiting to make sure keeper Montgomery retrieved it. He did. So, yeah. Scorers signalling that they saw that. And Nell comes in again. Back on the spot. And now the lady with the dog has utilised her fold-up chair as she's taken it round to a position in the sun to my right. Very well-behaved dog. I haven't got Ted with me today because he'd be squeaking away. Another dot ball. Sadie Mays plays that defensively into the onside. Does like a game of cricket though, does Ted, my 1-year-old border collie. Loves watching the ball. Nell comes in and Sadie Mays, he watches the ball here as he defends again. Yeah, that sun's nice. And as I look over to the nets and see Captain Dave Means and Jeremy Earsley, I wouldn't say practicing because that was an off spinner from Means, and that's a wide delivery, short and wide from Nell, but not wide enough to be signalled wide. AD made it look from my position like it was quite wide, the way he stretched across, tried to play a cut shot and missed it. Well, that's prompted the fielder just in front of square on the offside to come back to the boundary next to me. Nell in again then. Bowls. That's shorter and just defended into the onside. And that's the end of the over. It is 44 without loss from 17. Solid start this then from Apperley. 50 over game. Apperley have been guilty of not batting their overs in recent weeks. I think certainly last week the surface had a lot to do with that. And in fact, yeah, the week before was at Tewkesbury, so the last couple of weeks that might have been the reason. Nice hard deck here at Apperley as the bowling continues from the chapel end. It's a short delivery. It's cut away by Matt Williams, picked up by the backward point. Scott Davies, his little shuffle before he breaks into a run and then delivers the ball short again, and ooh, that's reached the top edge again. Good fielding as the man backward, well, short third man dives to his right, catches it on the bounce cleanly in one hand and throws it back in. Gloucester so far have been good in the field, barring There was one little fumble, I think, at the mid-off that allowed AD Mays to go through for a single earlier, as he did with that ball. Short to again by Davies, but no run this time as Matt Williams plays it behind square on the offside. That one's down the leg side, and it's signalled wide by umpire Tim Williams. Sam Fitzmaurice has just offered me a cup of tea, and I will take him up on that. Rich is here, hobbling over. He's in again. Rich just asking me if I'm on the commentary. I am indeed. Some Insta shots going on over to my right. That's the lady trying to take photos of her dog with the cricket in the background. In comes Davies, bowls, nicely defended by Matt Williams. As the white van on the Apperley court just slowed up a little bit to watch that ball. Off it goes again. And full sunshine again as Davies comes in. Short one again. Tickled. But those two fielders are positioned nicely. Backward point and the sort of short third man, deep gully. So it's no run, end of the over. Happily creeping up towards 50. It's 47 from 18 at the moment. So we resume from the church end as AD Mays tickles that one down to a wide fine leg. Could be 3 there if they'd run quicker, but just ambling for 2. So the fielder's encouraging now to get that line back. Just straying onto leg stump with that delivery. In he comes. That one's in the offside. Fuller, dug out by Mays. Now I can see at the white cottages, number 1 Court Drive. The resident comes out of his front door, has a little look over here, and there's runs here. They will be 4 byes and wide, so that's the 50 up for Apperley. 54 now the total, as wide and 4. Is that out, or is it just 4 wides? I think it's 5, isn't it? I'll have to wait until the scoreboard updates. I'm sure everyone watching knows. I should know that. Got a feeling that's something that changed about 20 years ago. That's played into the offside, and as it bobbles up, the fielder just in front of point as well, actually, to keep his eye on that. So no run. Yeah, I think it used to be 4 wides, and then it's 5 now. Still, the scoreboard hasn't updated here, so I'm not entirely sure. That fielder again coming back to the boundary now. He was in stopping the single before. As Nell continues, and that one is just nurdled into the leg side. Single to AD Mays. There's an opportunity there as Williams tried to guide that, but it wasn't too far from the gully fielder. Scampers through for a single. I've just been off commentary for a moment as we're trying to clear up what happened with those wides. I think the scorers weren't sure if the four had been signalled. So still clearing that up in the scorebox. Williams on strike to Davies, plays that to the cover fielder, no run. Scott Davies in again as I see another different lady, this time with a dog on the far side of the field. Should we name it one lady and a dog on? That's up in the air, that should be out. And it is. The cover fielder catches the ball. So that's the end of Matt Williams. The batsman did cross, so it'll be 80 on strike for the next ball. I will just find out from the scorers who that fielder was. Come back to you. It was Tom Collinson who took the catch there. So the first wicket of the day goes to Scott Davies. Caught Collinson. It was Matty Williams. I'll just confirm how many he got, although you can probably see it on your screens. Soldark, the number 3 for Apperley, comes to the crease. He's the man in form. He's the man who scored most of the runs for Apperley in the league so far this season. So we'll be hoping to continue that today. He's at the non-striker's end. It was 19 that Matt Williams got before he was caught, hitting that one straight up, caught by the close cover fielder. Now as the batsman crossed, Davies comes in and bowls to Adi Mays, and that's defended. I might actually just pop into the box and help the scorers with the electronic scoreboard there. So I'll be back with you in a second, well, after this ball. Davies in again to Mays, defended. So I only missed a top ball there. And I'm back with you as Adi Mays walks onto the back foot. Plays the cut shot, but it goes straight to backward point. There's no run, so wicket from that over. The first one, the breakthrough for Gloucester in the 19th over. It was Matt Williams who fell for 19. Playing the ball up into the air, and as I look at the score box to my right, scoreboard I should say, it's Matty's dad Wilbur who walking over to me, sort of playing a shot himself there. Whether he's working out why he would have played there differently to what his son did. Matt's return to league cricket yielded 19 runs as our number 3, Solomon Dark, Solly Dark, Sol Dark, faces up, and that's wrapped him full on the pads. A big appeal from the Gloucester players. Heart and mouth moment for Sol. Fielder's chirping too quick for him. Sol won't mind about that. Hard to see from here, square on, but that was a big appeal. Umpire not having it. So Sol facing his second ball from Nell. And just sort of, I don't know what he played there. Slammed his bat onto the ground. Didn't get him anything on it. As Nell comes in again then. Third ball of the over. Sol Dark with his trademark. Another appeal this time. This time he's given. So very short innings from Sol Dark. Drags his bat behind him. And all of a sudden, Apperley have lost 2 wickets in 2 overs. Our informed batsman not able to trouble the scorers today. It's 56 for 2 in the 21st over. And Sol trudges off, holding his bat, the blade end. And AD Mays wanders to the edge of the square to greet number 4, who is, I think it's Adam Sercombe, but only because the other new one walked past earlier, so yeah. So yeah, Jeanette and myself agree that this must be Adam Sercombe, one of the 2 new faces in the team today, because the other new face, Neil Osborne, he walked past. He was walking around the boundary while the openers were out there. I don't think the number 4 would have been doing that. So yeah, this is Adam Sercombe. So this will be interesting to see what we've got here. So it took a while, but Gloucester got the breakthrough in the last over. No sooner they did, then another one fell. 56 for 2 then. Nice, solid. And a loud call of waiting as mid-off scampers round to pick that up, and there is no run. Some spicy language in the field. Hopefully you don't pick that up on the mic. As Nell comes in again and bowls. Little swing of that one, little slash. As Sercombe spins the bat in his hands and backs away from the crease after having played that shot. Missed the ball. Laggy gives me a wave, holding a cup of coffee. I suspect he's got a bit of a fuzzy head as it's another dot ball, a very successful over from Gloucester's point of view. A wicket maiden. Good stuff from them. So this is where Apperley need to just stabilise. AD Mays is well in. Won't see him giving his wicket away cheaply, especially not when he's played himself in for 20 plus overs. He's on strike, and it's Davies to continue. From the Chapel end, in he comes, bowls. Mays just tickles that. There's a run there. That's gone straight between those 2 fielders. Behind square on the offside. Brings Sercombe on strike. He takes guard. Umpire Tim Williams giving him his guard. And now there's a little change to the field. I think just 2 players swapping. Oh no, we've got a silly mid-off in. So the man who was at short third man comes into silly mid-off, and someone else replaces him in that short third man position. In comes Davies, bowls shorter ball, dabbed into the offside to backward point. Curtis Aldroyd around to my left, he's got his whites on now. Ooh. Davies, there's a good delivery there. Keeper Montgomery standing up now. We're in the mix, says the silly mid-off. In comes Davies. Nicely defended. Holding the pose and just flexing his back leg on it. Bouncing back up again. Sercombe looks to have decent technique at first few balls. Davies comes in again then, and that's tried to work that one into the leg side. But it's gone straight back to the bowler. So I wonder if we'll have some dog action soon. The one slowly going around the boundary is going to meet the one that's parked to my right before too long. But Davies continues now. That's a slower delivery. And it's the end of the over. It's 57 for 2 from 22. Bit of chat between the bowler and batsman. Bowler saying it's a road. He should be able to bat. The batsman saying, couldn't you bowl a bit quicker, mate? Little bit of needle. And it's nil to continue from the church end. Sun shining down nicely. 80 Mays on strike. That's short, wide, and cut away. And it's Davies who picks it up, a backward point. 3 for a single. So Sercombe, our new player, has got a bit about him, I should say. Nice straight drive, beats mid on, mid off comes around and just gets there. That's a single to Sercombe. Yeah, Sercombe not afraid to give it a bit of chat, despite being in new surroundings with new teammates. Obviously a confident chap. Anthony Wilkes to my left dips his forefinger and thumb into a packet of ready salted crisps. As the bowler comes in, bowls a full delivery, and 80 Mays gets down low as he plays the forward defence, nothing on it. Ball tossed back to Nell. Alex Nell, at the end of his short run up, he comes in again. Bowls to Mays, and short again, and Mays misses out. He's smiling about it though. Oh, correction there, it was Jack Whitehead who took the catch, not Collinson, who we'd said previously. Well, it's you're Collinson. It was Collinson who's corrected me, and the scorers. And so that one goes to backward point. The LBW was Alex Hill, if you're wondering there. Collinson just having a bit of banter with his scorer, letting him know who got the LBW. I think he got that one. As Nell comes in again to Mays. And that's defended. Back to him. End of the over, 59 for 2 from 23. Anthony Wilkes just coming and offering me a drink. I did get offered one by Sam Fitzmaurice, but it didn't come out, so must have been forgotten. Oh no, it's here. No, Sam didn't forget. I just found the tea next to me. It must have been when I popped into the scorebox. Popped it down there. Anyway, Davies back in again to Circum. These two. That's a wide ball. Bit of chat back at him there. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting watch between these two. Circum probably saying something like, "Come on then, bowl it to me. Bowl it so I can hit it." Davies to Circum. Another wide down the leg side this time. Circum did try to get the bat on that one, tried to sweep it. And had he done so and beaten the man at square leg, that would have surely gone for four. As it was, he missed it, and it was down the leg side, a wide. Two wides so far this over. So 6 balls still to come. This time, Davies gets his line right. Played back past him. Mid-off picks up. Make it horrible for them, says Montgomery. Davies comes in. That one wasn't too horrible. Easily left alone by Circum. We've got the man at mid-wicket just doing a few arm stretches. Have a change of bowling coming up shortly. Davies, though, continuing from the Chapel end, and that's defended off the back foot easily by Circum. So Davies, with that trademark toss of the ball from one hand to the other before he passes it back to his bowling hand, his right hand. That was angled nicely into the leg side. Should probably have been two there, but they were a bit hesitant. It was Collinson who came round to field the ball on the boundary in front of me, here in front of the scorer's box. As a hang glider goes ahead on the other side. So they only ran through one there. A.D. Mays on strike. And that's full. Up in the block hole. Defended. Hang glider, is that what it's called? What's the motorised one? Yeah, I think that might not be a hang glider. Power glider, something like that. It's got a motor on it. As Davies comes in again. And that's, I think that was a slower delivery. Not as slow as some of his other slower deliveries. But it was batted back. End of the over. There'll be one more before drinks. It's 62 for 2 from 24. And it's Nell to continue from the church end, so no change in bowling just yet. As Circum plays that into mid-wicket. The hands of mid-wicket. Matty Williams to my left, just brings his pads out to air. He's back in his training gear, having scored 19. The other man out was Sol Dark for a duck. 3 balls he faced, and that's nicely punched into the offside. Don't think Collinson realised that he'd have to chase that one. He did in the end, kept it to 2. His cap flying off in the process, picks it up, and just little skip there, and he just tweaked something in his hamstring. So it's Nell in again to Circum. Yeah, he's finally clipped that one down to fine leg. Just straight down the leg side did Nell, and a groan after he did so as Circum competently flicked it away, used the pace, 4 runs to fine leg. So those dogs haven't met yet, as the lady walking her dog has actually sat on the bench next to the scoreboard. And again, it's slightly on the leg side, enables Circum to just whip that one behind square for a single. Nell comes into bowl. And that's Mays just trying to play that in the gap between the backward point, behind the backward point, but it was a bit too square, so backward point got there, no run. Nell comes in again. That's shorter, played off the back foot, just into the onside. That's over. 25 of them gone. That will be drinks. It's 69 for 2 here at Apperley. Apperley batting. Hopefully you're still with me. The lead just came out of the mic. Let's get a few stats for you as the players go off for drinks. So just to update you, I'd said Matty had 19. He actually got 26. It's the trouble with me not being in the scorebox and being able to see the score. I thought I'd overheard correctly that he got 19. But he didn't, as my father, Len Attard, gives me away from the pavilion. He's just turned up to watch the action, just in time for drinks. So yeah, 26 for Matt Williams, and a duck for Sol Dark. 2 wickets to fall. And I'll give you the bowling figures. Now, as the scorers vacate the box, I'll actually pop in there and then I can read them off the computer. So back with you in a sec. Okay, I'm in the box. I'm on the controls. So I can tell you that Matt Williams was bowled. Scott Davis caught Jack Whiting for 26 from 52 balls. He was out there for 79 minutes. Aidy Mays, he's still out there. He's on 21 from 78. Sol, his duck was off 3 balls. And Adam Circum is on 9 from 17 balls. He's only been out there just over a quarter of an hour. As it's 2 o'clock right now on a decent afternoon. The sun in and out. Out in at the moment, I should say. The clouds covering as the players are off for drinks. And the bowling figures, you've got Nell who's bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. And Davies, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. So hold on a sec, I'll be back with you. Tom Collinson is coming on to bowl after drinks. I was caught by surprise there as some old friends from America popped in. They're here to watch a bit of cricket. And it's Collinson to resume from the chapel end. As Nigel, typically for an American, takes a... Oh, that's short ball to begin. It's pulled, but it'll just be one as the deep square leg fielder retrieves it. Yeah, he's taking pictures of the game. He's not actually American, he's English by birth, but has been out there for a good 40 plus years now. There's the youngsters Sol and Jeremy walk past me here. It's AD Mays on strike. That's a bet to delivery. Jeremy getting told off by the scorer for standing in her way. He's moved now, and it's Sam Fitzmaurice to stand in her way. So in comes Collinson again. He bowls, and it's interesting delivery that. He's interesting action, I should say. That's defended back. It's looks like a bit of flex in the arms. Watch this again. In he comes, shortish run up, and it does look a little bit like a bend in the arm, but perhaps it's just the angle I'm at. Dot ball there. And the sun comes out again. Thank you, sunshine. Just stop me from shivering. And again then. That's a good line and a good length and solidly defended by AD Mays. Collinson in again then. And again defended. And that's the end of the over. The first one after the drinks. I'm just going to pop off for a second and I'll be back with you shortly. So back with you now as Collinson resumes from the chapel end. Just took the opportunity to take an over off there to say hello to my American friend who's here. He was recording the action to show to his compatriots back home. And there was 4 runs off that last over. There were. And that's played into the offside, into a little gap, so they can get through for a single. 75 for 2 in the 28th over. Collinson in again. Mays solidly defends that one. So Apperley has set up a platform here as a blackbird flying straight over my head and down onto the ground in front of me. Yeah, it played into the onside. The bowler can't quite get there, so it's a single to AD Mays. Yeah, so half the innings, more than half the innings gone now. The 2 wickets down and going at under 3 and over as Curtis jogs past me. Collinson in again, that's a fuller delivery right up there. No run from it. And those dogs will have crossed at some point. I think that must have been during drinks. On the front foot, down. Tries to sweep that one, doesn't get bat on ball, hits him on the pad. That's the end of the over. Yeah, the dog that was going around the ground has gone all the way around now. It's back at the pavilion. So they probably had a little sniff and a nuzzle. I didn't hear any barking, so all good. And it'll be Nell to continue his spell. He must be well into it now. It came on in the, what was it, the 13th over? And this is now the 29th. So here he goes again, and that's hit AD Mays, who just picks the ball up as it falls dead beneath him, throws it back to the keeper. Nell in again then, bowls, and AD Mays just tickles that one down to third man. The fielder comes round, picks it up, that's a single. So Curtis, who just passed me, he's having a chat with the fielder, who is the bowler Davies, the previous bowler, before Collinson at the other end. Nell in now, oh, and that's edged. There's no slip in place. Keeper can't get there, and it's so fine that neither can third man. So that's 4 runs. Takes Apperley into the 80s. '82, in fact. The year I was born. In comes Nell again then. Bowls, and as Circum, just trying to remember his name there, he just edged himself backward in his crease before then coming forward and playing that shot, defending into the offside. Nell in again, and that's obviously his trigger movement, because yeah, he's done it again. A little shuffle backwards. This time it wraps him on the thigh pad. Little shout from a couple of the fielders, but that was never going to be out. Is it still coming? You can still hear, yeah. That's defended on the back foot. I was just checking there that my audio is still coming through, because when I'd pulled the lead out before. I wondered if that might have, I don't know, put a gremlin in there. We had a few on Wednesday. There I was commentating on the 2020 game. I think the players realised at some point during the innings, Dave Steinem, the second 11 captain who was watching at home, came up to the ground, saw me commentating in the box and thought, hey, there was no commentary on. Told the players, they all checked. Yep, there was no commentary, but none of them told me. They thought it would be funny to leave me talking to myself right until the end of the match. But I'm happy to say I've had the signal, you can hear me. As Collinson comes in, resumes from the chapel end, and AD Mays leans back, cuts that wide ball for 4 runs down to the point boundary, backward point. So another 4 this over, and we'll be up to 3 and over. It's been a very slow and steady start, but a platform has been built. Apperley be looking to push on from here. Get up towards and beyond 200. That'll be the hope as Collinson comes in again. And that's defended into the onside this time by Mays. And the good news, as far as I'm concerned, is that the direction the sun's moving means the shade is becoming less and less. So whilst the sun's out, my whole body's being warmed up now. Yeah, and Collinson in again then. That's tossed up there and defended into the offside. They're just pushing Fielder to the edge of the ring. I think they're happy for Mays to take a single here. I wouldn't mind him being on strike next over. But it's a dot ball to end the over. Apperley 86 for 2 from 30. So haven't quite reached that 3 and over mark yet. As Davies comes to have a look in the... yeah, go for it. Comes and takes the groundsman's chair to have a seat. Just as he does, he's been asked to field somewhere else. And it's nil to continue. The 31st over from the church end this time. That's slightly back of a length, defended. Nell again then, as the square leg umpire just raises one of his legs. That one's beaten the bat. Circum's on his haunches there, back up again. Does a little bit of gardening on a length, full of a length, and Nell comes back into bowl, and that one missed again by Circum. He's starting to look a little bit frustrated here as he just hits his bat onto his pad to tell himself off. This is where, as a batsman, you need to keep your head. Forget about what's gone before. Clear your head. Watch the ball. Get bat on ball. That's the way. No run this time, mid-on. Picks up the ball. Cows to my left. Just having a little lie down. Basking in the sun as Nell bowls a short wide one, and that's, yeah, signalled wide by the umpire. I might be square one, but you can tell from here that was wide. Just heard Len Attard there say I'll go and put him off, and he's making his way towards me, so let's see if he can. And that goes to mid-on. Afternoon, Secretary. He takes a seat next to me, waves to his fellow Spurs fan. Well, she's not a Spurs fan, is she? Jeanette in the school box. She's an Ipswich fan. And that's a dot ball to end the over. 87 for 2 from 31. An adopted Spurs fan has Glenn. Have you met Glenn today? No? He was here earlier. I'm not sure if he's still here. Apologies for that. Uncouth behaviour from the the secretary. It's Collinson to resume. And Mays on strike. What do you make of his action then? Have a look. The next ball is. I don't know if it's just where we are. It looks a little bit bent. Well, no, I'm not saying it is, but just from here, just observing, it might be straight at the right point, but it just looks like a little bit of a slingy action, perhaps, as the ball goes fine on the leg side for a leg by. They're ganging up on me now as Anthony Wilkes comes over as well. That's a shorter one. And Serkin rocks onto the back foot. He's called through by Mays. Fielders get excited. There's a direct hit, but he was well in his crease. This is a single. Oh, he's come to take a photo of the Attards. So chirping again from the fielders to Serkin. And that's short again. Punched into the onside by Mays. No, Serkin. They're giving chat to Serkin. Yeah. Well, him and Davies had a bit of needle between them, and ever since then they've been giving it to him, and he's been giving it back. So Collinson in again, and solidly defended by opener AD Mays. Yeah, the fielding to our right there, Davies. It was when he was bowling from the chapel end. And AD Mays plays that into the vacant mid-wicket region for a single. That's the end of the over. 90 up. I think that's 32 overs, is it? It says 30 on the scoreboard. So it might be more than 90 as well. Let's just check they've got that right. So it is 32 overs gone. And it is 90 for 2. And we've got a new bowler now. I think that might have been the full amount from now. Just find out. So Nell bowled 10 overs. There were no maidens, and he took 1 for 34. The new bowler. The new bowler is Tom Wilshaw. Looks like a bit of off spin. By the way, he's twiddling the ball. Yeah, and he comes. And that's short, wide, played into the offside by AD for an easy single. Davies picks up the ball, underarms it back to the cover fielder, and back it goes to Wilshaw. Whose dad reliably informed plays for the Gloucestershire over 50s. Wilshaw. In again then. Bowles, that's a better delivery. Bit full. Backward point picks that up, there's no run. So Tom Wilshaw in again. From the church end. Bowles, it's played into the offside. Field is set back now, so there's always a single there. Wilshaw in again. As A.D. Mays tried to drive that one, just sort of inside edged it between his legs to backward square leg, got the single. Wilshaw cutting a Shane Warne kind of figure with his blonde hair. And he's an off spinner, of course, whereas the great Warne was a leg spinner, the greatest. And that's wrapped the pads. There's a big appeal here. And there was probably a run if the batsman had been switched on. It was given not out as Circum just adjusts his pads, the straps on his pads, takes his stance again at the crease, and the ball comes in, and he gets bat on it this time, plays it back to the bowler. That's no run, that's the end of the over. It's 93 for 2 from 33. And it'll be Collinson to continue from the chapel end. Is it actually a chapel? It is a chapel, even though it's a Methodist church. It's a Methodist chapel. But isn't it called the Methodist church? No, it says chapel. Oh, there you go. So it definitely is a chapel, as that's tickled nicely. Not going to go all the way, is it? No, it's picked up by the fielder. Down at third man. 2 runs to A.D. Mays. Stay on it, the call. It's that point in the innings where fielders can go to sleep. Collinson in again. That's a wider delivery, and A.D. can't get his bat on that. In again then. Defended back towards the bowler, but picked up by the man in close there on the offside. Steady going still for Apperley. And, oh, AD sort of came forward there, and I think he's looking to be a bit more positive, but couldn't get anything on that one. Brian Leakes here. Good afternoon. And that one nurdled behind. The call is no from Circum as it goes to the man on the 45. And that lovely dog comes past again. What's the breed? A Carni Corso. Italian Mastiff. There you go. Very beautiful dog. Giving me a little stroke. Oh, me giving it a little stroke, I should say, as that ball is played out and the fielder backs away. No, it was. He decided to take it on the bounce instead of coming forward and possibly getting the catch. Just a single. Just had to be a bit of action just as I took my eye off the ball and petted a dog. So it's Tom Wilshaw to continue. Adi Mays on strike. Raises his bat. And he's back. Punches it forward. Wilshaw picks it up. And if you've not heard it yet, have a listen to the interview that we had on BBC Radio Gloucestershire earlier. It's on our website. As Adi Mays rocks back, cuts that one straight towards me in the offside. And it's Davies who comes around to field on the boundary, throws it in, straight into Montgomery's gloves. Yeah, we were on twice this morning on the breakfast show, first talking about the club and then our Jubilee plans after that. Good interview, couple of interviews. Circum there came forward as if he had a premeditated sweep and then just sort of tried to get bat on it. And I think the ball bounced over the stumps. And there was no run. So looking like a young Shane Warne. It's off spinner. Will Short comes in again, played into the onside. Will Shaw in again. That's fired in. Not much flight on it. Played into the onside, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. That one's up there, driven into the offside. The fielder picks up, shies at the stumps. There's an appeal, but no, Mays was always in there. So that's a single to end the over. Another good one for Gloucester. Apperley yet to get away at all, really. Still haven't got the 100 up after 35 overs. Plenty of wickets in hand. Surely now, with 15 overs remaining, they've got to go for it a bit. Guilty of not batting their overs in previous matches. But today they've set up a platform. They're going to need to score some more runs. It's a nice firm wicket out there. As a Leeds United shirt comes past me, one from the 90s, I think that. It's Collinson to continue. Circum on strike. He rocks back, can't get bat on ball. Turning into a nice afternoon now. Temperature's raised a little bit. Might even take my jumper off in a minute. Collinson in. Bowls, that's a little shorter, but no run. Yeah, might have to take the rabbits off, Wilco. Got my rabbit and carrot jumper on today. Apparently only I can get away with this jumper. It look good on you, Wilco. Collinson, that's a short one and pulled away, but straight to the fielder on this square leg boundary. That's bobbled up and hit him. Cries of ooh from the Apperley batsman. I think Curtis Aldroyd and Davis, who fielded that, know each other, perhaps from university. So it brings Mays on strike. And Collinson. Ooh, he has a swing. It's come out to backward square leg, short. No run. And that's defended by Mays. That's dabbed on the offside. Backward a square. AD Mays keeps the strike, just a single. And that is the 100 up, I think. Yep, it is. That's the 100 up in 36 overs. Too well to get another 100 in the next 14 to get up to 200. Which, I'm not sure if that would be enough. You never know. Tom Wilshaw to continue from the church end. That's driven into the vacant offside region. Easy single. Davies picks up, underarms it back in. Fielders encouraging each other, encouraging the bowler. Those restrictions lifted, a lot of them on the boundary now, as Circum attempts the sweep there, doesn't quite catch it, and keeper Montgomery is able to scamper, pick that up before they can think about a single. Wilshaw again. Again, it's into the offside. Cover fielder comes round. They get a single. So little Robin just came down onto the boundary edge, flew back up into the bushes. I think is that little Leo? AD's son? Come to watch his dad, who's on strike now. And the wider ball, he is able to cut out into the offside for another single, rotating the strike here. Got to be looking to get a runner ball, as well as many boundaries as they can. But not many infielders now, so should be at least a single every ball. There's another one. Wilshaw in again. That's pitched up. Mays doesn't get back on ball. That's a dot. Just 4 from that over, the 4 singles. Or was it 5? We were on 99, weren't we? I think they were 5. We were on 100, were we? Okay, so there were 4 from that over. Yeah, I don't have the screens in front of me this time. I'm sat outside, so I'm relying on my memory and the scoreboard. And it's a return for Alex Davies here. Scott Davies, I should say. It was Alex Nell. Scott Davies to continue to his second spell. Certainly marking his run-up is as interesting as his run-up itself. There's a stop and a start in his run-up, and the way he marked it there, there's a few paces and then a little leap at the end before he put his marker down. And we've got Sam Winton fielding on the boundary next to me. In comes Davies, little stutter, bowls, and that's going to be leg byes. 2 is the call from Mays. Indeed, Circum turns round, realises he can get back for the 2. Keeper Montgomery keen to get a breakthrough if he can. Collects the ball, turns to throw it at the bowler's end, but Mays was already in his crease. And that's a wider one. Chopped away into the offside. Single. So Davies in again then. Mays on strike. And he's cut that one. That's a good chop behind square. Between the fielders for 4 runs. Takes AD Mays on to 38. Oh, no, 42 apparently. That 4 hadn't been included in that, so he's into the 40s now. As Davies comes in again, that little stutter of his before. Oh, that's a short ball before breaking into his run up. And AD Mays couldn't fully capitalise, just a single. Oh, there's a play and a miss there. Circum tried to cut that one. Montgomery standing up, collected the ball. Dot to end the over. It's 112 for 2 from 38. As Sam Winton runs towards me, I can hear his ankles clicking. That's what mine do. And it's Tom Wilshaw to continue with his off spin. AD Mays on strike. He's played that to long on and takes the single. In he comes again. Wilshaw bowls. That's swept to the man at backward square leg. Another single. So Wilshaw in again. Mays on strike as the sun's just gone away behind a cloud. And that's driven into the offside. I think there'll just be the single. Indeed there is, as it's Winton who sweeps. So rotating the strike, singles are coming. Get a few boundaries in there as well. That's driven, not even a single this time, as that goes straight to the fielder in the covers. So good from Gloucester this, really keeping it tight. And Wilshaw comes in and fires it in, wraps the pads a circum. That's another dot ball. And last ball of the over coming up. And it's played into the onside, it's another dot. So it's 115 to 2 off 38. 39 I should say. I'm relying on that scoreboard, which is belatedly updated. So it's 115 to 2 from 39. And it's Davies to continue, Scott Davies from the chapel end. I'm getting confused myself now. That is the chapel end. The car park end, the north end. In he comes. And he's tossed that one up, but that's wide because it's down the leg side. Gonna need a good spell of bowling from Sam Fitzmaurice today as he walks past me. Then Attar joins him as well. So it's just me and Reiki left here. And that's played in the air, but it's not going to be caught. One bounce on the mid-wicket boundary and thrown back into Montgomery. So another single for Mays, who's edging ever closer to his 50. We're in the 40th over now. And it's Circum on strike. Montgomery up to the stumps. And he's played the lofted drive there. That's right out the middle of the bat. I think it's going to bounce. It does. So it's 4 runs. Over to the willow tree. The patrons enjoyed that one. Haven't seen too many straight out the middle of the bat reach the boundary today. And that's a nice one. So Davies looking to rein him back in here. Comes up to the stumps and bowls. It's the slower one. Starts an appeal, realises it would be in vain. Stops himself, but there's no run. Reiki just asking me if I'm Apperley's John Arlott now. While I'm injured, I will be. And there's a mix-up here, and there's a shy at the bowler's end. If that had hit, that would have been out, I feel. But it didn't, so they scamper 3 for 1. Had they not hesitated, I think there was an easy single. Davies into Mays. Little flick of the wrist as he comes into his delivery stride. That's played behind square on the offside for a single. So Circum to face, I think, the last ball of the over as he cuts it to the man on the boundary on the offside. It is the end of the over. He'll keep strike. 1-2-5, I think that will make it. Bit of limbering up going on at mid-off. Just stretching his back out, who I'm not sure who that is. As he then gets up and heads off to long off. Field set back for Wilshaw. Another fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, also doing stretches on the stile over there. As Wilshaw comes in. New bowls, that's another flat delivery. It's short, it's wide. Attempted cut, but no run. Just caught the under edge of the bat there. A few bird chirps around me. As Circum rocks onto the back foot and punches that into the offside for a single. Reiki's off. And Wilshaw's in. Bowls and ooh, Mady Mays walks because he took a swipe at that one, knowing that he's got to really get on with it now. Tried to find the leg side boundary, just gets a high five there from I think that was from Tom Morris, was it? Saying well done, congratulating him. He got 47 before being caught behind. The score now 125 for 3. It's the 41st over, and it's going to be Captain Dave Means to come to the crease and hopefully inject a bit of life and runs into this innings. Happily 3 down now. Gloucester doing really well. How you doing? Thomas? Oh no, I just couldn't. Oh, I'm getting told off now. Does he know? Oh dear, I think an apology is due from me to Collinson at the tea break. He's not happy with me. I didn't say he was throwing it, I just mentioned that it looked a bit like there might have been a bent arm there from where I am. Anyway, means to face his first ball, and he's got that one out in the middle, but it's down to long off, so just a single. Winton just warming up next to me. He'll be coming on for a second spell to finish the innings, no doubt. It's Circum on strike, who rocks back to that short delivery from Wilshaw. And they're going for a second here. Oh, that's out. That is out. I can see that from here. Yeah, good throw from Winton. One bounce. Montgomery collected, took the bails off, and the newcomer Circum departs. Will Story will be the number 6 for Apperley. I'll just find out for you how many Circum got. So apologies for the lapse in commentary there. Just went in to help the scorers on the electronic scoreboard in there. confusion as it's all quite new and they'd run and there'd been a run out, so just working out how to put that in correctly. It's all done now, and Circum got 33 for from his 66 balls before he's run out, as that's a no ball for being over waist height, which means also Apperley pulls round for 4 runs, so much needed runs there for Apperley. So Davies in again then, bowls, and Meads looking to get on with it. Tried to play that into the leg side, I think, but it went up in the air on the offside. Bounced span before meeting the fielder, just a single. So the fielder, who was sort of mid-wicket, mid-on, has gone to square leg, and the deep mid-wicket has come up. As the new batsman Story is on strike with his red helmet. He bats that one back. Arnie's here with a green jumper and a green hat and his shades, stood on the new patio. And that's a wider delivery which Story tries to cut, doesn't get anything on. That's the end of the over. We're going to have a new bowler from the church end. Yeah. Just waiting for things to catch up here before I can tell you who this bowler is. I think that's is that the opening bowler back again? Derek. The score is 135 for 4 from 42 overs. Who's the bowler, Derek? It is Tom Morris, yeah. So it is the opener, Tom Morris, to return. I thought it was, just double checking, as I don't know the Gloucester players. So it'll be Morris to continue from the end that he opened the innings from. And I guess it'll be Winton from the other end as well. Morris then, as Means gets bat on that. It's gone behind square on the leg side for a single. Instruction coming from keeper Montgomery to Scott Davies next to me to just change his position depending which batsman is on strike. They're both right-handed, but I think they've recognised that Means is trying to launch it as the umpire signals 4 leg byes. Came off Story's pad and raced down to the fine leg boundary. 4, yeah. Yeah, he didn't signal 4, did he? No, he only signalled the leg by. So confusion over here, but that did go for 4. He wouldn't signal a leg by if they hadn't run, so it must be for 4. And that's a lovely shot from Will Story. Will it go all the way, or will Davies stop it? He does stop it. And I've got a perfect view here to see that his foot didn't go over the boundary line. So kept it to 2 runs, well fielded. It was a good shot. Came out in the middle of the bat. Well fielded by Davies. watch chimes 3 times, it's from that end that Morris continues, and that one has been driven straight down the ground. Mid-on collects, throws it back to the bowler. And Will Story doing the backing up for the bowler there. If he'd let it go, he might have got another run. A couple of chuckles from the fielders about that. Means back on strike, so field tweaked slightly. And he's rocked back, tried to pull it, and it's gone straight, but it's there's a single there with the mid-on and mid-off both on the boundary. Long on, long off, I should say. So, Morris to Story. That's full, and he's managed to get that out to the leg side, and that's going to go for 4. So shorter boundary that side than it is this side. So runs coming now for Apperley. Black car slowly makes its way down the court drive and pulls into one of the houses over there. And a black dog over to my left, next to a few of the Apperley players over there. So it is the opener, Sam Winton, who's going to start his second spell here. The openers are going to bowl out till the end of the innings, you'd think. Just sorting his field out, making sure he does have enough in the ring. So there's a lot of space on the leg side here. If you can get it backward on the leg side, well, why bother when you can smack it over to Cal for 6? I mean, it was an elegant shot. It was more of a lofted on drive towards the Union Jack flag that's flying over by the car park. So Means here looking to play a T20 style innings, get Apperley to as big a score as possible. Winton in bowls, Batten ball again, but this time it's gone straight to the man at backward point. So Winton in again then. Bowls, and again Means he lofts that one forward, and that's 1 bounce and 4 into the sight screen. The Apperley team applauding that. It comes off his bat rather sweetly. Nice sound as it does. So, if Means can stay here for the rest of the innings, playing shots like that, Apperley are going to have a respectable total. But Winton comes into bowl, looking to... Oh, I think that's going to be 4 as well. It is. He's just got a nick on a fuller delivery, and it's gone very fine for another 4. As the punters top up their glasses, some amber nectar. The sun shines down, and the scoreboard ticks on. Winton comes in, bowls, and again Means lofts that one forward, but it's going straight down mid-on's throat, and yet indeed he's caught that. So that is the end of Dave Means, looking to take the attack to Gloucester, which Apperley do need, but unfortunately he's holed out this time to mid-on. The fielder taking the catch, we think was Collinson. And so Asmin shakes his head and wishes he'd hit that a bit straighter. It's Curtis Aldroyd who comes to the crease, batting at number 7 for Apperley. Yeah. Curtis in a red helmet, but his is the traditional style in terms of the shape, whereas Will Story's red helmet is that sort of more aerodynamic look. Not sure if it's got a name. Here's more of a gloss finish, whereas Aldroyd's is matte. The batsman crossed, so Story's on strike. And Winton comes in again. Oh, and that's gone through to the keeper. No run. We'll have 6 more overs. Apperley 162 for 5 if the scoreboard's correct. Yes, it is. It is 162 for 5. So good that the scoreboard at the ground is in sync with the one on your screens. As a little plane goes overhead. It's got a blue belly, white wings. And Morris just having a chat about where he wants his field positions with the person I assume is the captain. So it's left-handed Curtis Aldroyd to face his first ball from this end. And it's Morris. Oof, did he get a bet on that? It must have done. It's gone to third man. I didn't hear anything. And yeah, so a single down to third man. Story back on strike. Morris then to Story. Ooh, digs that one out. Yorker length delivery into the offside. And despite the field being set back, there's no run there because the man at cover is in. Extra cover. Morris in again. That's a full delivery and a wide delivery. That is going to be 4 wides indeed. Signalled by the umpire. Is he going to give the 4 signal? No, he doesn't. This umpire doesn't seem to. Oh, there we go. Comes late. So. Oof, and the umpire's nearly hit by the ball there as the keeper threw it back. Shouted at him, umpire, umpire. Just alerted him and he ducked out the way. Morris back in and he'll be looking to get it back on the spot. That's short. But Story can't get about on that one. One 6-8 for 5 then in the 45th over as Morris comes up and bowls, and that's gone right up in the air. The man at backward point should take the catch. Indeed he does. The batsmen have crossed, but Story is out. Caught by Jack Whiting, bowled by Tom Morris. For how many did he get? For 8 runs. So Jeremy Yearsley now comes to the crease. I'm getting desperate for the toilet, but with only 5 overs left in the innings after this one, I'll do my best to hold on. I might have to shoot off as soon as the innings is over before coming back to read the scorecard out to you. Yearsley has got I think it's navy blue, or it might be a black helmet, but it's Oldroyd in the red helmet who's on strike. The left-hander, it's wrapped him on the pads. There's a single there. So leg bite, or did he get a nick on it? Oh, he got a nick on it. There's no signal. So that's a run to Oldroyd. So Yearsley to face his first ball as a puff of dust from the wicket goes up, disperses into the air. It's the last ball of the over. It's Morris in. He bowls as a swing and a miss. Yes, a miss because there's an appeal for the catch, but it's given not out. So after quite a sedate 30, 35 overs or so, we've had a fair bit of action in the last 10. Apperley are 168 for 5 after 45 overs. Chairman's on the phone, negotiating a transfer, no doubt. He rubs his left knee with his foot on the bench. Montgomery just pointing a fielder into a position with his sports shades on and green cap. Gets ready to take his position as Sam Winton comes in from the Chapel end and bowls. Curtis Oldroyd's got hold of that. That is a great sort of heave over to the mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs. Wearing his white cap, it's Tim Williams who signals that 6. So this injection of pace at the end of the innings, not only is it going to make a defendable total, but it'll add a bit of momentum as far as Apperley are concerned. So if they can keep going, get to 220 odd maybe, and they'll think they'll be in with a shout. Winton comes in, bowls, and Oldroyd tries an elaborate little scoop, I think he went for. Missed the ball, but that's okay because it went for 4 byes. Apperley have got the runs anyway. Yeah, he's looking to be inventive, I think, Oldroyd, and that's exactly what Apperley need here. As many runs as possible, and in whatever manner possible. As Winton comes in again, bowls, and this time it's slashed away. And then third man, ooh, the spin nearly beat him there, but he just got his hand to it, and they come through for 2. It's encouragement from the Apperley batsmen, or other Apperley players, I should say, in the pavilion, in front of the pavilion. It's Sam Winton in again, left arm over the wicket. That's a full ball. I think it's quite wide, and yeah, Williams, he calls wide before he signals wide. Apperley don't mind. As many extras as possible. And hopefully as many runs off the bat as possible as well, especially those that go over the boundary line. That's a full ball. That's pulled into the onside, just a single. Yearsley on strike. He'll be needed to do a job with the ball today, but right now it's a job with the bat required, as his marking of his guard brings up some more dust into the air. Winton comes in, bowls. Bent his back on that one. Yearsley couldn't get anything on it. There's a bit of commotion over at number 1 Court Drive. Oh, goodness me. That doesn't sound good at all. Dogfight by the sounds of things. And there's someone on their porch just watching it. It's quieting down now. As Winton comes in again. Bowls full. And that's hit over the infielder and between the outfielders. Oh, but the one has come around from the sweeping position to dive and stop that going for 4. So just the 2 for Yearsley. A couple of new bats coming out to the crease here. Oldroyd giving his pink-handled bat back and opting for the white-handled bat. Not sure if there was a... Yeah, looks like maybe something had come out the edge of that one. Probably on that cut shot he played in the previous over. It was sort of slashed down to third man. So 4 overs remain. Apperley 185 for 5 now. And it's Tom Morris to continue as the sun sweeps across the ground. Oldroyd gets a lot of bat on that. The fielder's running backwards. That's a smart catch. Had his eyes on it the whole time. That really is a good take. So another Apperley batsman falls, trying to get as many runs as possible. And it was David Hemmings who took the catch. So 185 for 6 now. The Gloucester players geeing each other up, saying, come on lads, under 200. They don't want Apperley to get that batting point. Obviously they want them to get as few runs as possible. So the chase is as easy as it can be for them. And it looks to me like this is the other new player. Neil Osborne is his name. So he comes in at number 8. The captain's just told Davies to go and field on Jesus. I assume that means me. Long hair and a beard. Indeed, he fields close to me as Morris comes in and bowls. And that's Osborne. Is that Osborne? No, that's... Oh, I'm getting confused here. No, that's Yearsley on strike. He couldn't get a bat on that. So Morris to Yearsley, shuffles about in his crease. Again, can't get bat on ball. Bit of a change to the field here as the man at extra cover goes into the leg side to a deep mid-wicket position. And 2 men on the offside move around a bit. So there is still an extra cover, but it's a different fielder as Morris comes in now. Yearsley, can he get back on this one? He comes down the wicket, and that's edged down to third man. He stops it going for 4, just a single. And Osborne on strike. Morris comes in, bowls, and that's too quick for Osborne. So that wicket of Aldroyd, a useful one as far as Gloucester are concerned. Pegging Apperley back again here as they look to put on as many runs as they can in these final few overs. In comes Morris, bowls, that's full, and that's driven out to me, and oh, just span a bit, but Davies managed to get hold of it, throws it back in, just a single, as well watched. Indeed, his fielders congratulate him on that, and that's the end of the over. 187, I think it will be now, from 47. So it remains to be seen as to whether Apperley will bat out their overs, but they're nearly there. 3 wickets still in hand. Something they've not managed to do for a while. But wickets could fall here as they look to add as many runs as they can. The thing about this Apperley first 11 side is that to a man, every single one of them can bat. So it is a deep batting lineup. We're yet to see Fitzmaurice and Griffiths, both able batsmen. It's Winton who comes in, and that's driven out into the cover boundary. Just a single to Osborne. Yearsley in his black helmet is back on strike. And I really need the loo. There's 17 balls left before I get to go there, as that's going to be out. It is Yearsley straight to the man there at sort of mid-wicket position. That's the 8th wicket to fall. It's 188 for 8, and it's Lloyd Griffiths to come into bat. And that commotion starts up again at number 1 Court Drive. So Griffiths then. He's got no time to get his eye in, but he can hit the ball. So let's hope for a few more boundaries yet, as far as Apperley are concerned. Gloucester, though, pretty content, I'd say, with their work so far. Oh, and we've got a report from the seconds coming over. They're also playing Gloucester today. As I said, it's
out for 124.
Oh wow, they bowled Gloucester out for 124. Who got the wickets?
Henry got 4.
Henry Wilkes back in action again. His second match. He was man of the match last week, and he's got 4 more.
Dave Steinem 2.
2 for Steinem, who bowled well last week.
Marcus Rydell 2.
Marcus Rydell 2.
Tom 1
in his
and
first
Pugsy
game of the season, and Tom and Pugsy both have won, and we haven't started batting yet.
No, we need 125 to win.
125 to win then for the
Bowled out in
twos.
35 overs.
Fantastic, bowled out in 35 overs. So they're going well. They've already won 2 from their first 3 games, and that was a single for Griffiths to get him off the mark on his first ball. So Gloucester seconds not doing so well, but Gloucester ones doing well here against Apperley, who are 8 down, and Osborne comes forward, plays it down the ground. Apperley looking to get past 200. That's 190 now in the 48th over. of course, be looking to get maximum bowling points. Oh, it's Lloyd Griffiths on strike. He might be at number 10, but he can bat. Oh, there's an appeal, and the umpire, Williams, he had a definite nod of the head before he raised the finger. He was convinced that was out, and then it slowly came up. Lloyd, a bit of a smile. He was quite far forward, so that's all I can see from where I am. I'm square on. But he's gone. Only one wicket remains then, so it might be the case that yet again Apperley don't bat out the overs. Okay, closer to doing so this time. But a slow and steady start to 35 overs. We were only 2 down. We hardly had any runs on the board. It's meant everyone that's come in since has tried to smack it. They've all lost their wickets. And Sam Fitzmaurice, fresh from his 96 not out on Wednesday night, from not many balls, comes in at number 11. As I said, every one of these first 11 batsmen can bat. I'm asked to get the replay by Brian Leake, but unfortunately I'm not on the controls today. I'm sat outside the box, and as it is, those replays come automatically whenever there's a key moment, like a wicket or a boundary. So there should have been one replay there, but maybe it came too late. Depends when the score was tapped in by the scorer. And that's a dot ball to end the over. Sam Fitzmaurice batting it back. 2 overs to bat here then for Apperley. They need to get to 200. It's another batting point, I should say, for them. And of course, the more runs they get, the more they have to defend. And Wilco, I am bursting for the toilet. Sat here crossing my legs. I really am. I should have gone at the drinks at 25, but at that point I went into the scorebox to take advantage of the empty scorebox and read the scorecard out.
Like 2 overs bursting, or are you bursting like 2 balls bursting?
2 balls, yeah. Absolutely. Morris comes in then. It's his final over, and Osborne gets a bat on that, plays it to mid-off. You can't quite take it cleanly, so the single is an easy one. No chance for a run out. 11 balls for me to go then, unless there's a wicket. Fitzmaurice on strike. He's wearing a green hat. And he's chopped that. Oh, a direct hit there. Could have been out as well at the bowler's end. Although he'd hit it straight to the fielder. The call was yes straight away. So Osborne on strike then. Morris. Oh, he looks to play that one over the wicket keeper. Doesn't get anything on it, so that's a dot ball. Morris in again. He bowls, and that's full, and it's driven into the covers, and that's smart stop by Davies, diving, the ball bouncing, gets one hand to it. Not only does it save 4 runs, but it saved the lady and a dog there as well from possibly getting clattered by the ball. So it's just 2 runs added for Osborne. 194 now, 2 balls left of this penultimate over. And that's full again, and that's driven down to mid-on. Just a single it'll be this time. So the last ball of the innings from the church end to be bowled by Morris. And then there'll be one more over from the chapel end, which I'm sure Winton will bowl. Bit of whining from those dogs at number 1 now. As ooh, a little appeal as that hits the foot of Sam Fitzmaurice, and he turns around, comes back for a second run. The ball having gone down to the man on the fine leg boundary. 2 leg byes to end the over. Apperley 197 for 9, with 1 over to go. Hmm? Oh yeah, Could have done that, yeah. Chairman just reminded me I could have just done a little wild wee somewhere discreetly, but with just an over to go, I'll stick with you and use the facilities in a minute. Winton it is to finish the innings with the ball as Paul Fitzmaurice makes his way back round. He's by the Warners advert at the church end, and it's Osborne who launches that one for a massive six. That's gonna, ooh, I was gonna say be close to one of those cars. That is a great shot. That brings up Apperley's 200. So there's that batting point. 203 now for 9. Well, absolutely, another 5 like that, and Apperley really have got a score. I mean, that's wishful thinking, but you never know. The players just going to the viewing window there from outside, looking in as the live stream is delayed on the big screen in there, watching that on the replay. And Winton comes in again then. Osborne on strike. He does it again. That's huge. That's gone a bit wider over mid-off, but that's another 6. Chairman Anthony Wilkes called it. That's 2 6s.
If you hit 6 6s,
Yeah.
I feel I'm going to have to fill a lottery card out tonight.
Well, yeah. You can do anything else? Eat that hat?
I might buy a jug of beer.
Might buy a jug of beer. Yeah, that sounds like a good one to me. Definitely get that lottery ticket. Blackbird flew right over my head then. Fortunately, didn't deposit anything. Paul Fitzmaurice made his way past that scoreboard, which now reads 209 for 9. And Osborne, what's Winter going to do here? He's going to mix it up. No, it's in the slot again, but this time, perhaps it was a bit wider outside the off stump. This time, Osborne didn't get anything on it. I missed that. There was some witty comment from the pavilion and made Fitzmaurice chuckle. So 3 balls to go then. Winton to Osborne. Left arm round the wicket. Launch. This time it's not going all the way and it's going to be out. It's caught at mid-on, so that completes Apperley's innings. They're all out for 209 with just 2 balls remaining. As I said, I'm desperate for the loo, so I'm going to leave you and I'll come back in a couple of minutes to read the scorecard. So back with you now. As I went in to use the facilities, the Gloucester players were quite jubilant, and then even more so when they realised there was going to be tees. Now Apperley, having been bowled out for 209, with 2 balls to spare. I'll just give you the card. Matt Williams opened the batting. He was out for 26 from 52 balls.
You put in the run out, didn't you?
Yeah, I'll back with you in a sec. Okay, just confirming that it was Sam Winton that got a run out. So I'm back with you. The scorecard then. Matt Williams, 26 runs from 52 balls. He was caught by Jack Whiting, bowled Scott Davies. AD Mays, he got 47 from 122 balls. Caught Scott Montgomery, bowled Tom Wilshaw. Sol Dark, LBW by Alex Neil for none. Adam Sercombe was run out by Sam Winton for 35 from 66 balls. Dave Means, the captain, he tried to increase the run rate and when he came in, and he got 23 off just 11 balls before he was caught by Tom Collinson off the bowling of Sam Winton. Will Story also caught, this time by Jack Whiting off Tom Morris for 8 from 12 balls. And then you had Curtis Aldroyd caught David Hemmings, bowled Tom Morris for 11 from 7. Jeremy Yearsley also caught David Hemmings, this time off the bowling of Sam Winton. He got 3 from 7. Neil Osborne was the last man out. He was caught by Tom Collinson, bowled Sam Winton for 19 after having hit 2 sixes. Those 19 runs came from 12 balls. Lloyd Griffiths was out before him. LBW bowled Sam Winton. And Sam Fitzmaurice was the not-out batsman with just 1 run from 3 balls. So the bowling card, Tom Morris, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 38. Sam Winton, 9.4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 55. Alex Neil bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Scott Davis, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39. Tom Collinson, 6 overs, no wicket for 15 runs. And Tom Wilshaw, 5 overs, 1 for 15. So play will resume after the players have had tea. Groundsman Clive Hale's just out there repainting the lines. Jeanette and Derek, the scorers, are going to go and enjoy their tea as well.
Yes.
And I'll come with you. So we'll be back with you.
I don't know what time we're resuming.
No, I'm not sure what time.
4 o'clock, I think.
4 o'clock?
Yeah,
Okay, so back with you in 20 minutes or so. So welcome back to Apperley Cricket Club. The players are out in their positions. Dave Means is going to open the bowling for Apperley. And it's Jack Whiting on strike for Gloucester. So in he comes. That's played into the onside. Sol Dart pokes it up. The non-striking batsman is Luke Carr. So it's Jack Whiting in the darker blue hat on strike. And that's solidly defended. Apperley got 209 in their innings. They were bowled out with 2 balls to spare. They got off to a very steady start. Still under 3 and over at the 35 over mark. Just 2 down. And then the remaining batsmen all tried to tee off. Managed to some degree. As that one is nurdled round. And that's going to be 4 runs, I think. Sam Fitzmaurice gives trace. But yeah, that's gone for 4 under the willow tree in the corner over there. It's a lovely spot to sit and watch the cricket. If you're ever up at the ground, or next time you're up at the ground on a sunny day, it's no, very good spot opposite the scoreboard. So yeah, the batsmen all tried to up the run rate, managed to do so to some degree, but 209 probably not as many as they would have hoped for before the play began, having won the toss and batted. And that's another one that's just on the leg side. It's played round behind square on the leg. This time Fitzmaurice gets there. And that's 2 runs. So Jack Whiting on to 6. And just to clear up, there was a moment in that first innings when, who was it? The bowler, as Means comes in. And that's a full ball. No run from it as it's played back to AD Mays at mid-on. Encouragement from keeper Matt Williams. Yeah, the bowler was Scott Davies, and the batsman was Adam Sercombe, and it looked like there was a bit of needle between them. It actually turns out, as I found out during tea, as Means comes into bowl, and that's a good delivery, but just on the leg side, and again it's gone down to that fine leg region, and again I think that's going to beat Sam Fitzmaurice. It does. It's another 4, so 10 from the first over. That's a very good start for Gloucester. Yeah, so it turns out they're actually uni mates. They go to uni together. So what seemed like maybe crossing the line a little bit in terms of the chat they were giving each other, it was all done under the guise of friendship, and it was all friendly enough. So back to the action here. It's Jeremy Yearsley who's going to deputise as the opening bowler, as James Nicol is out injured. Our usual opening bowler alongside Captain Dave Means. But Yearsley, he's done it before in a friendly match, and normally comes on first change anyway. He's a very able bowler, so hopefully he can be just as effective as James Nicol might be had he been playing. And a very lovely tee, thanks to Sue Story, so thanks to her for that. Some of the Gloucester players who hadn't realised until it was tea time that they were having a tea, a traditional cricket tea. They were very happy about that. Of course, COVID took teas away, and most clubs haven't opted to bring them back. As the first ball of the second over, bowled by Jeremy Yearsley, is just prodded into the leg side by Luke Carr. And he defends again. Fielders quickly in. Both the new boys there, Adam Sercombe and Neil Osborne. As Matty Williams continues to lead the encouragement. Apperley have missed that in their first 3 games. The vocal side of Matt Williams' all-round play. That one's down the leg side, so that's going to be a wide ball, signalled by umpire Williams. So, Yearsley again. Short, wide, and down the leg side again. Yeah, that's another wide. So, the tone not really being set by Apperley here. First over going for 10. Second over, already a couple of wides in it. Yearsley comes in again. That's a better ball, but it's guided nicely. And that, I think, might be 4 as well, as Circum gives chase and slides to no avail, as that has gone for 4. Umpire Williams now giving the signal, just making sure that it did go. Indeed it did, you're right. And here comes Scott Davies, isn't it? Yeah, so I was just saying about, when I was commentating, I thought you and Adam had a bit of need. Well, I found out at tea that you know each other, you're mates. Just about right. Just about mates, he says. There's a leg boy added to the score. As I finish my cup of tea, it's Yearsley in to Whiting. Plays that into the leg side. Sam Fitzmaurice picks it up. The Sun's just finished its tea and has come back out again. Yearsley in again then. Bowls, and that's on the back foot. Punched back to mid-on. AD Mays picks it up, and that's the end of the over. So 17 without loss from 2 for Gloucester. I look over to my left and see Shermy Dog, Big Noz, James McPherson in his pink and blue t-shirt and navy gilet, having a chat to Ivan, who's looking cool in his sunglasses and his all lycra outfit, having just got back from a cycle ride. Now back out in the middle, the players are round into their positions, and Luke Carr asks the umpire for a guard of 2. Umpire says, yeah, that's 2. So he marks it out, dust flies up, has a little look around. Yep, I feel there's a fielder there, there's a fielder there. Nope, there isn't one down at third man. Okay, and Means comes in. Bowles, left arm over the wicket, and that's defended. Good encouragement from the Apperley field. Means in again. It's full of delivery, and that's driven forward. Good stop by, forgive me for my slow uptake of the new boys. It's not Circum, it's Osborne. Neil Osborne. Stopping that going for any more than just the 1 run, which brings Jack Whiting back onto strike. Means in again then from the church end, and that's through to Matty Williams, the keeper. Gives it to Lloyd Griffiths at slip, who tosses it forward to Curtis Aldroyd, who's wearing a wide-brimmed red hat. I think it might be a... Actually, no, it's too red, I think, for West Indies. It's not crimson enough. It might be a university one or something. Means comes in again then. Bowles, that's a shorter delivery, and that's guided into the gap. And that vacant third man region means it is 4 more to the total. Quick start then, in contrast to Apperley's first few overs. Gloucester have already got, is it 18 or no, it's 22 as the scoreboard here updates. Yeah, 22 on the board. And I try to very quietly finish off my tea without you having to hear it. Means comes in again. That's full. And punched back to Means, who picks it up, throws it to Chief Shiner, AD Mays, with that big red streak down the thigh, outside thigh part of his whites, his trousers, from where he's already shined the ball to some degree. Throws it back to Means, and in he comes again. Fires that one in, and that's stoutly defended. No run. So 22 for Gloucester from 3 overs. Matty again given the encouragement. Apperley really are going to need some early breakthroughs, you'd feel, with a modest total of 209 to defend. So Luke Carr on strike then, as Jeremy Yearsley comes in, bowls, and that's played down to gully, where Neil Osborne picks up, throws it back to Aldroyd, gives it a shine. Sam Fitzmaurice urging his fellow teammates to work hard. And Yearsley comes in, bowls, that's full, and just defended into the onside. Will Story doing the fielding. Yearsley then. That's easily played through the covers for 4 by Luke Carr. The cries of "Shot" from the Gloucester players on the pavilion edge. And the aforementioned Ivan wanders away. This time he's got his helmet on as well. Lime green helmet, black and lime green. Off for another cycle perhaps. Yearsley then, in again from the chapel end, and that's down the leg side. That's going to be wide again. It is. Williams stretches his arms out to signal to the scorers that another run should go on to the total. Yearsley again then. Finds his line this time. It's a full delivery, but it's just prodded back. Sun's out again, but unfortunately I'm in the shade of the oak tree this time. Shading me. It's good from Yearsley. Left alone. Better area. Cries one of the fielders. Certainly look like that from where I am. Means this time. Gives it a shine. And Yearsley straight back into his run up. In he comes then. Bowls. That's a good line, good length. And that's defended back. So 27 without loss for 4. Gloucester are. I'll try and give you an update on the seconds if I manage to get it. They bowled out Gloucester seconds for 125, so you'd think a win is on the cards there, but you never can tell. Either way, they'll be back here possibly before this match is finished, but certainly early enough to catch all the build-up for the Champions League. John Bubb is here, legendary golden arm. Cool, he's going to come over and have a chat in a minute. John Bubb, one of the heroes of the 98 Lords team, as another boundary is plundered. This time it's Jack Whiting, plays it to deep backward square leg. So, Means, up again. bowls. And that's played into the offside, quickly in from Circum, picks it up with one hand, a little bit of a juggle. Throws it to Osborne. 3 uni lads in front of me in the covers. I've got Circum at point, Aldroyd at cover, and Osborne at mid-off. Means comes in then. Bowls, and that's driven forward, and that's stopped nicely at mid-off by Neil Osborne, who gives it a shine before he gets up off the ground, just on one knee. Throws it back to Means. And got a decent crowd in now. Means he comes in, bowls, that's a slower delivery, nicely defended. By Whiting. Keep reminding myself of the opposition players' names. Whiting on strike, Carr the non-striker. So Means to Whiting. That's banged in, and he's got him! That's out! Yes, you can hear the nick from here. He didn't walk. He waited for the decision, which is, I mean, that was obviously out. Anyway, he's gone. Smart catch by Williams. Just what Apperley needed. So that's Whiting caught behind by Matt Williams off the bowling of Dave Means. And Whiting made 18 runs. So the new batsman is wicketkeeper Scott Montgomery. He comes in at number 3 for Gloucester. They're 31 for 1 in the 5th over. Dave Means in jovial mood after taking that wicket, sharing a joke with Adi Mays and Neil Osborne there. So Montgomery to face his first ball then. Ooh, and he's dug that one out. That was a good first delivery by Means. Right up in the block hole, but he's dug it out nicely. So I'll just make a note to myself so I can tell the batsmen apart. Montgomery's the one with the sort of light blue strip trim on his on the straps of his pads. They've both got blue helmets on, so not so easy to tell by that. So Yearsley, can he do the same and take a wicket as Means did in the previous over? He's in from the Chapel End and bowls, and that's defended with no problem for Carr. Was it Luke Carr? Yes, Luke Carr. Yearsley comes in, he bowls, it's a full ball and it's driven forward, straight to Curtis Aldroyd at cover, no run. Both Adi Mays and Will Story quick to back up the stumps, should Aldroyd have got up and had a shy. Good to see, energy in the field, everyone alert. I have to say Gloucester fielded very well today in their innings, as well as bowling well. Not much got past them, and there were some really good stops and catches, and not the same can be said there, as the ball's chopped away on the offside for 4, and that could have been stops really. Not the easiest bit of fielding, but Adam Sercombe didn't get anything on it, so another 4 to the total. Now we've got a change to the field. Sam Fitzmaurice at square leg is being brought into the offside. Will Story goes round a bit at mid-wicket, and Fitzmaurice is going to the boundary, sweeping down there where that last 4 runs were scored. Yearsley in again as the sun soaks the pitch, and that's nearly a catch opportunity. And I mean, it didn't really go up, but it stayed at sort of knee height and bounced just before Circum at point. And he did take it well on the sort of half volley, took it cleanly. Didn't quite have the carry for the wicket, but that'll buoy Yearsley a little bit. Yeah, the Apperley fielders are happy with what they're seeing. He's finding his radar now. So Yearsley in again. Full. So good finish to the over from Yearsley. Good last few balls. It's 35 for 1 from 6. So it's from the south end, the chapel end, the church end, I should say, where umpire Nigel Allen is standing, that Dave Means continues. And he comes, left arm over, and that's driven, beats Curtis Aldroyd at cover. That's going to go all the way to the cover boundary to my right for 4 runs. Neil Osborne just putting his long sleeve over his hand to collect the ball, not wanting to get stung. I'm not sure there's nettles there, there might be. So that was Montgomery. I think. Ooh, wraps the pads this time, possibly a bit high from where I am. Big appeal. Umpire agrees that it's not out, whether for the same reason or not, I don't know. I can't see the video, as I'm sat outside the box with the scorers here today. Yes, it is Montgomery. Scott Montgomery, that is, on strike. Scorers-wise, there's Montgomery in there too. It's Derek, his father, alongside Jeanette Sullivan, Apperley's very own. And Dave Means comes in and bowls. That's defended. And Adam Circum quick to run in and pick up that ball. So Means in again then. Bowls, and that's driven into Curtis Aldroyd at cover. Excuse me. Yeah, we've got 4 spectators on the opposite side by the nets. Another 4 just coming round the boundary towards them. As Means comes in again. Bowls, and that's defended by Montgomery. And then moving round is a lone spectator leading by a stile. As we keep going round past the willow tree towards the car park, there's Paul Fitzmaurice. And then lots of people in front of the pavilion to my left. Means in again. Defended well by Montgomery. Solid. That's the end of the over. And just to complete the roundup of those spectators, there's a lady sat to my right with a couple of tango cans by her feet. Other soft drinks are available, and they are available from the bar in the pavilion. Encouragement for Yearsley then, as he begins another over. It's the 8th of the innings, it's his 4th. He's right arm over, that's a full ball, and that's driven between the fielders and the offside for 4 runs. It's looking quite easy at the moment for Gloucester. They have lost the 1 wicket, but the runs coming a lot more easily than they were for Apperley in their innings. Yearsley again then. Let's pitch that one. And oh, that's gone past the diving Lloyd Griffiths. I thought he'd taken a wonder catch then. But unfortunately for him and for Yearsley and for Apperley, that's another 4 runs. I can see a buzzard up in the skies up above, a few fields away. On the other side of the ground from me as Yearsley comes in again. And the umpire, yep, I thought he was going to signal that wide. He does. That buzzard swooping left to right, and right to left, sort of above the wicket from where I'm looking. And that one straight onto the leg side, so it's easily turned away. That's 4 to backward square. 50 up for Gloucester in just the 8th over. I think it was about the 20th, it's there or thereabouts, when Apperley got to 50. So not looking great for the home team. They of course have played 3, lost 3 so far, so it's something's got to change somewhere along the line in this match and in this season if Apperley are going to do anything to stay up, as another 4 is easily just worked behind square on the offside. He knew the gap was there, the ball was short and wide enough to just guide it down there. Gloucester themselves, they've won 2 of their 3 matches so far, fresh from having beaten Tewkesbury last week. And Tewkesbury themselves beat Apperley the week before that. So, Yearsley, can he get back on the spot? It's a good length, but it's a wide ball. Yeah, everyone looking a bit deflated out there at the moment. I think this might be Yearsley's last over of this spell. Might see a lesser spotted Fitzmaurice actually, who he didn't actually bowl last week. Anyway, Yearsley continues for now, and that's better. Fuller ball, but nice and straight. One to come, I think. And that sounds very much like a distinctive... Oh no, it's not. It's one of the away spectators. I thought that was Baz. Ian Wiseman, the groundsman. As Yearsley bowls that one back of a length. It's just prodded to Sam Fitzmaurice on the offside for a single. So the score moves on to 58 for 1 off just 8 overs. Gloucester making light work of this chase as it stands. But everything can change with just a couple of wickets, and Apperley have to keep reminding themselves of that. It's never over until the fat lady sings. And Means takes off his cap again. And it looks actually like, by the way he's warming up there, it might be new boy Neil Osborne who takes over from Yearsley, if that is to be what happens when the 10th over comes around. But it's the 9th over. It's Luke Carr on strike. The fine leg is Will Story. He's being asked to jog across to 3rd man. On the flag, please. There he is, on the flag by the entrance gates. And Means comes in, bowls. That's a quick delivery. Straight through to Matty Williams as it's left alone by Carr. Means again then in bowls, and Solidly defended back. It's Curtis Aldroyd who mops up. There's a few of the Gloucester contingent have a game of flags around the outfield. Why not? On a nice day like this, beautiful surroundings. Dave Means then, that's a short ball and picked up nicely. Flat batted for 4 runs. Didn't quite make the boundary on the full. Just bounced before hitting the fence down there on the Cowfield side. Rich and Kerry are in on the patio. Yeah. Yeah. Not so brilliant out there, is it? Gloucester are making light work of this. Yeah. As Means comes in again. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's beaten the batsman. Carr goes through to Matty Williams. Yeah, the fielders like that last ball. They're encouraging Meansley to do it again. In he comes. Oh, that is another good one. Left alone. Just going forward and then arching his arms backwards, allowing the bat to raise up. Out of the way was Carr there, Luke Carr. So this is what Means needs to do. Build the pressure. And he comes again then. He bowls, and again it's a good delivery. This time it's batted back to him, and that's the end of the over. The score is 62. 1 wicket's fallen. 9 overs have gone. And do we have that change of bowling now? Yeah, I think so, because Yearsley isn't heading to the end of his run. Although he is going towards the stumps. No, it's Fitzmaurice, I think. Yeah, he's telling players where he wants them to go. So Sam Fitzmaurice, he's bowled well on a few occasions this season, but he wasn't called into action last week. As I think I wasn't there, but I think it was more of a slow bowler's wicket. So he hasn't got a slip, but he's got a gully. He's got a backward point. Cover fielder on the boundary. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. In he comes. Up and down, left alone. He's got a mid-wicket, and it's Osborne at square leg who is warming up. He'll obviously take over when Means finishes his spell. Did I say the third man at the beginning of that? If I didn't, there's a third man as well. So Sam comes in again. Oh, that isn't hit cleanly. Tried to drive that through the covers, and it's gone to Lloyd Griffiths. Gets everything behind that. Gully. Fitzmaurice comes in again then. Bowls. It's a little bit shorter, driven forward. Soldark gets across to stop the run. As Tea Lady Sue Story comes past, gives me a wave, hello. And she meets the Gloucester players who are having a good game of flags. In comes Fitzmaurice again, and that one is driven, and again it's Soldark who picks it up. And he's asking Neil Osborne at square leg to come over now. Extra man on the offside. A lot of action in front of me now as Fitzmaurice bangs that one in short and is played off the back foot into the offside for a single. John Bubb joins me. How are you, sir? I haven't seen. Well, I saw you briefly, didn't I, in the park last year? Yeah, right. Okay. I'm just going to switch the mic off for 1 sec. I'll be back with you in a moment. So I'm back with you now, just catching up with one of the Apperley greats, John Bubb from the late 90s. Got to Lords, of course, getting all the F's and blinds out of the way before he maybe chips in with the odd word or two here. Hopefully you can be picked up because the mic's sort of around my head, but...
Well, it's great to be here after not that I recognise anybody, but the pitch looks in great condition. And
Who have you seen then from the days? Nos over there,
I've
is he?
seen Nos,
Yeah.
James McPherson, obviously. I've seen the captain,
Len
Attard,
Atta, yeah, captain back there.
yeah, sporting a nice Ron Jeremy look.
Yeah, oh God. I know what you mean, yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's... No, stifled appeal.
Just bring it back
leg
though.
by.
I was privileged to play here. It's such a gorgeous setting. It's look at the pitch. Have you still got do you still have full-time groundsmen?
Norm's still the head groundsman. Yeah.
Wow.
And Clive Hale,
Stunning.
Ian Wiseman, and then captain here, Dave
Baz,
Means helps out as well. Yeah. Baz usually comes up. Well, it's Champions League final day, isn't it? And he's a Liverpool fan, so
right.
maybe he's at home biting his fingernails. But yeah, we had Mike Barfoot, didn't we, for a bit while you
That's
were playing?
Right. Yeah,
he was properly paid groundsman, yeah.
So do you still play, Sam?
Still, I didn't for 20 years, and then when I moved back here last year, played a handful of games, and then I've been getting ready to
tweakers.
Yeah, getting the leg spin back. Yeah. But and I've been playing this season every match until 2 weeks ago when I got injured.
What have you done?
Playing in the twos. It was nothing. The ball was dead. It was just thrown back to me, and I sort of lunged forward to reach for it, and my foot slipped, and then sort of did the splits and pulled something in my groin. But I think I should be alright for next weekend. So love to get myself in the first, but I just need to find some consistency with the ball.
Yeah,
I think.
practice.
Yeah.
How old are you now, Sam?
They've had me as a specialist fielder a few times, so I'll be 40 this year, Bubba. In fact, if you're around,
you're still a spring chicken.
Yeah, you'll have to come to my 40th.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
I'll when we're off air, I'll give you the details of that. Don't want every
I know
Tom,
what
Dick, and Harry
Claridge's
coming.
is. Don't worry.
So it's Fitzmaurice continuing in the 12th over. Apperley really in need of wickets, but that's another W. That's the other W, a wide. The lowercase W. You had a few of them, didn't you? Both W's in your time.
I think the situation is calling out for a 1998 Bubba.
It is. We need a golden arm from somewhere. Yeah.
A wicket from a long hop or a moment of genius.
That's a nice drive down the ground. Can't do much about that one.
You can't bowl there.
That's 4 runs.
This is such a good surface. I think you need raw pace on here, just short of a length.
Yeah.
Just like Pugsy used to.
Pugsy, Noz, yourself, Chris Street, Steve McPherson.
Yeah.
Had a lot of them.
Yeah. In fact, one of the best spells I've ever seen up here was Pugsy against Cinderford. He took 7 for virtually nothing.
Really?
Yeah, broke about 3 people's
The old
hands.
enemy as well, Cinderford at the time. Yeah.
It was quality. Yeah.
And Nick Grover, of course, a bit later. He had pace, didn't he? A bit erratic, but
pace.
Robin joins us. Hello. Flies off again.
He had raw talent, didn't he? Nick Grover. He was always looked like he was going to go out and get runs, and he had pace, but he was he had, I don't know, we're not allowed to swear, but something in replacement of brain matter.
He's a good kid, Nick.
He was. He was a nice bloke. Yeah. But I think undiagnosed ADHD probably didn't help.
Potentially, yeah. Fitzmaurice comes in again, and that's slot defended. So what you got there, Thatcher's?
Thatcher's gold.
Lovely.
Good honest prices from the club as well. Just
Isn't it great? Isn't it great?
Yeah.
I mean, you go to any pub these days.
My local pub, that's a £5.
Yeah.
I mean, Noz didn't give me change, to be fair, so it did cost me a £5.
He does that, Noz. Yeah. That one's lofted well over the infield. One bounce into the car park for 4 runs. I don't think it'll be long before this game is over. The way it's going at the moment, and in Gloucester's favour.
Now, I'm not aware of your weaponry as far as bowling. So, who's going to do the damage? Who's going to come on?
Well, Dave
Just
Means,
little
who
piece of
opened,
magic.
he took the 1 wicket.
Yeah.
He's the real danger man. Normally, you'd have James Nichol opening with him, but
Right.
he's injured at the moment.
Okay.
So, first change bowler, Jeremy Yearsley, he opened that, and Sam's just come on. This guy's new, so it's his first game today for us. So
Oh,
this
really?
is the first we've seen of him. There's two of them, two debutants today, yeah.
Okay. Where's he come from?
So this guy here, Curtis Aldroyd,
Yeah.
he is a new boy for this season, and he's brought the man at point,
Yep.
Adam Sercombe and Neil Osborne in
Right. Okay.
for their debuts today. I think they're here for the season, or at least one of them is.
And where were they previously?
I'm not sure. I haven't done enough homework.
Yeah. Well, not so that there's a few people from Gloucester Uni. So.
Yeah. And then Sol Dark here in cover, as well as it's a nice little reverse sweep. And oh dear, you can't field like that. Gloucester were immaculate in their fielding, and that one's gone straight through Sercombe's legs. Not what you need when you're defending a lowish total.
That is absolutely awful.
Yeah. Yeah, so Sol Dark is new this season, as is Jeremy Yearsley, and AD Mays even, although he's been associated with the club for a while. I think he was Cheltenham Civil Service before. So it's quite a different lineup to what you would have seen if you'd come last year.
Yeah, they're making it look easy, aren't they? Gloucester City. Yeah.
Matty Williams, do you remember him as
Yes.
a little boy?
Matty and Jimmy. Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy's in the twos.
Is he?
He was on the radio this morning. We were on Radio Gloucestershire.
He was playing pro rugby last time, right?
Yeah, he still is.
Still is,
Yeah, or semi-pro at least. For in the league below the Premiership, is that semi-pro?
I guess. Yeah.
So his sunglasses. Neil Osborne.
Oh yes.
Oh, he's
Good
caught
catch.
them bold.
Great catch.
That's brilliant.
Wag.
Tell us what happened there, John.
Well, it was a great reaction catch. He, I don't know what the batsman's called, but he absolutely middled it and hit the bowler's chest.
Oh, hit on the chest.
I didn't think he knew about it.
The way he turned, I thought he'd gone over his head, so I looked at that boundary.
He absolutely middled it, and it hit his chest. And great reaction catch.
Chest
One hand off the chest.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
So
he's not rubbing it, but.
I think it was Luke Carr. I'll just find out. Yeah, it was Carr, and he was out caught and bowled for 38.
I would say one brings two.
Yeah.
That's what one brings seven.
Yeah. Bubba just saying one brings two, they say, and he hopes one will bring seven here. We all hope that, the Apperley contingent. Ed Mobbs, the number 4 batsman.
Ed Mobbs, yes. Okay, yes. I recognise him. He used to play for Stroud.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's a fitness freak, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
Ninja, yeah.
Okay.
MMA, kickboxer, yeah. Yeah, used to be captain of Stroud.
So, Mobbs in then. Hopefully you can hear John Bubb next to me, saying that he was formerly captain of Stroud. He's wearing a sort of crimson-y helmet. That's going to help me. With Montgomery in the blue helmet at the other end. So, Apperley needed something special. They still do. That's the first wicket for debutant. Goodness me, I'm getting all confused with these new names. Osborne, wasn't it? Neil Osborne. Yes. Caught bowled. So 79 for 2 off 13. So Fitzmaurice again. That's driven down to the sweeper at on the offside. It's Sol Dark.
We have a good side. Very good side. You've got Pugsy, Stephen, Niles, Orley. He's probably one of the best
Robbo next to me, just come round in his Gloucestershire seniors top, just continuing the conversation with Bubba, eulogising about Pugsy. There's been too much of this on the commentary lately. It is true, to be fair. As Fitzmaurice comes in again then, and that's defended by Mobs.
So you play county seniors? Great.
So Fitzmaurice in again from the chapel end. He bowls. That's a decent delivery, but it's slightly down the leg side, and it's just nurdled. And Williams gets down well. Stops what I think would have been a leg by had it got through. So collar up. Sun behind him. Fitzmaurice in bowls again, solidly defended. The ball pushed Captain Dave Means at mid-off. No run. Fitzmaurice in again then, and that's that nearly stuck. It was nearly another spectacular caught and bowled. Just slipped out of Fitzmaurice's hand, an inch or two above the ground. He's that's a sore one, I think. He's flapping his hand about. Needed that to stick, did Apperley. Still, chances are there. So Fitzmaurice comes in again. That's full, and that's at the pads. There's a big appeal here. Umpire just no. Tim Williams not giving that one. That's the end of the over at the chapel end. It's 80 for 2. That's the church end, that one. Church and chapel. That's there. So, I got the next batsman padded up just to the left of me under the oak tree. Might have been thinking his time was coming just now, but Fitzmaurice put down a very difficult chance off his own bowling, and it's Neil Osborne to continue. Montgomery hits that back towards him, goes past, Means picks up. And it's really glorious out here now as Osborne comes in again, and he's given that one some flight. It's up in, oh no, it's gone in the gap. Aerial again, but as it is, it's 4 runs down to the nets, just beyond the nets. In fact, that's gone right to the oak tree that's been planted in memorial of the late Guy van der Goot, who was a great president of Apperley Cricket Club and a very good batsman in his day as well, going back to the 80s. As Osborne comes in again, and that's defended into the offside. Dark and Circum racing to get there. As I look to my left now, the sun's at that angle where all the cars are displaying a shining light towards me, and that one's just dug out, and it's Circum again, this time going backward off the crease to retrieve that one. A call from Curtis Aldroyd, fielding just in front of us, of encouragement. And Neil Osborne comes in again, a little shuffle before he runs in, and then that's nice, but it's played out to Aldroyd. Sweeping out here on the offside, throws it in, and that, I think, no, it's not the end of the over. It's Aldroyd just coming in to stop the one with a new batsman on strike. New batsman Ed Mobbs, and oh, that's beaten the bat, and it's also beaten keeper Williams. Comes off his gloves, and Lloyd Griffiths mops up. That is the end of the over. So Apperley just turning the screw a little bit here. Got a long way to go, a lot more turning to do. Wickets needed as well. Fitzmaurice then. Noz making his way over in his navy and salmon striped t-shirt. And it's Fitzmaurice to continue. In he comes, bowls, and that's defended into the offside where Circum picks up. Oh yeah, Norm's here. Norm's at the sat on the stile between the sight screen and the willow tree in the corner. At the end from which Fitzmaurice is bowling, and he comes in now, and that's defended forward again. No run. Fitzmaurice in again. I'm just keeping myself quiet to see if that can be picked up by the mic. Quite a funny conversation to my right here. Scarecrow competition coming up in Deerhurst as Montgomery scampers through for a single after Osborne parried the ball, fielding relatively close in there, and a couple of frisky cows go for a run in the field beyond. Aidy Mays at mid-on, Dave Means at mid-off, and it's Sam Fitzmaurice between them who runs in to bowl, and that's defended back by Mobbs. Mobbs and Montgomery at the crease. Gloucester on 86 for 2 from 15 overs. In comes Fitzmaurice. That's a fuller ball. Well watched, well defended. That's the end of the over, so that's 16 overs gone now as John Bubb leaves me for, yeah, I will actually. There's a small green can. If you ask Wilco for that, yeah, thanks. So now that we're into the second innings, I'll allow myself that one. So back on commentary now. That was a nice little reverse sweep for 4 runs. I was just trying to work out who that was with Robbo. I'm sure I know that gentleman from somewhere. And it wouldn't be cricket because I've not been involved in cricket for a couple of decades until now, till last year. Anyway, back to the action. That was a dot ball. So, Osborne in again. A grunt as he bowls, and then as he was hoping the ball would just go past the bat and take a feather. But it was solidly defended. You can see Sam Fitzmaurice backward square leg has got his dad there for company, Paul. Again, the agonising little shout. Thanks, Bubba.
Times have changed. I found the old score number.
Gosh, I remember those ones, the wooden rounded ones. It was on the end of the pavilion, wasn't it? Watch out, Bubba. Bubba. Scores.
Sorry.
Just trying to organise this rabble in front of me.
We're going now.
It's that time of day. Enough liquids gone down the gullets. Noz is dug out some of the old scoreboard numbers as that one's played into the leg side to mid wicket to the boundary for 4. That's 90 up.
There is that one, yeah. No, I'm finding the numbers.
I was going to go down and see him. I'm not walking all the way down there.
He'll be back round in a bit.
In a minute.
As Norm makes his way to one of his favourite positions under the willow tree, that bench over there. Score's actually 94. Bubba's off back to the pavilion, so he's going to go see Norm. Thanks for the beer and thanks for joining me on the commentary. Yeah, lovely to see you. So Sam Fitzmaurice is then to continue from the chapel end. He comes in, bowls, and that's swing and a miss, but it's down the leg side, so that's going to be wide. Anything down the leg side is wide in this league. And as I look at umpire Williams and then cast my gaze beyond him, I see Paul sat on the stile as his son continues to search for that wicket. In he comes again. Bowls. Good delivery. Good line. Good length. And well defended. The distinctive voice of Matty the Rat Williams. And newcomer Neil Osborne also encouraging. And there's a swing and a miss. It's no run. So the wider side, Sam managing to join up a few dots here. And the lady to my right has a very long lens on her camera. As that ball's played to Dave Means at mid-off. John Bubb just walking behind the bowler's arm to catch up with Norm. And Fitzmaurice in again, well defended again by Mobbs. That's what Apperley need though, this is good. Norm's now actually made his way beyond that bench under the willow tree and halfway round, almost all the way round to where Paul Fitzmaurice is. So John Bubb got a lot of walking to catch him up as Sam Fitzmaurice comes in. That's Fuller and that's driven. All went straight to Means at mid-off, so again no run. Just a wide from that over. You can hear a bark. I look to my left and it's Ralph. Little Ralph with Len. Hello, Ralph. He makes his way over to me. Hey, you Ralphie boy. Oh yeah, watch my plate of food, please, sir. Go back you go. Whoa. Better lift that off the floor.
The legend Bubba on.
Yeah, we had Bubba over. Len had with me now. You could hear him. Good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I heard what he called me.
What did he say?
Something about Ron Jeremy.
Oh yeah. Looking like Ron Jeremy now. That's shorter, but no run. Driven to AD Mays at mid-on. I thought you meant when talking about the captain of Lords.
No,
early on. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's right. He's over there with Norm now. Yeah. On the other side of the ground as the reverse sweep comes out again and again. It's 4 runs. Is that? It's not Ted, is it? No. Dog. Oh, it's that other collie, isn't it? Likes to watch the cricket.
No. Another collie there.
Oh, the owner of that dog's over there. Anyway, that was reverse swept for 4 as just done in the previous over from Osborne. Oh, you want to get on the comms, do you, Ralph? Come on then, have a chat.
Where's Paul?
Paul's over there with Sam and Bubba and Norm on the other side of the ground. Thanks. So Len just taking Ralph around to see Paul, who loves Ralph. and that allows me to put my plate down as the batsmen scamper through for a single that takes the score to 100. And that's the 100 up for Gloucester. 2 wickets down after in the 19th over. As chilly breeze sweeps across the ground. And yeah, that collie to my left, he walks in as the fielders walk in. He's an amazing sight. If you're ever up here to watch this collie, he's got his own ball and he's just dropped it. And this is what he does. Now he's watching, he's waiting, and as the bowler comes in and the fielders walk in, he does that himself, and then he picks his own ball up as the batsman hits it. On this occasion, the batsman hits it back to the bowler. And he sits there all day. When the Gloucestershire seniors are here and they have a full day game, he'll sit there and walk in with the fielders and do that all day long. That's the end of that over. So 19 gone with the score on 100 for 2. Target is 210. After Apperley were bowled out for 209 in 49.4 overs. Top scorer was Adi Mays, who got 47. Fitzmaurice with a wide to begin the 20th over. So he goes again. Full. Oh, that's beaten everyone. That's gone down to Ralph and Len just at the sight screen down there. So 4 more runs to the total. Unlucky for Fitzmaurice that. Montgomery having a chat with Lloyd Griffiths at Gully there. A slower delivery from Sam Fitzmaurice, just back of a length. Liz Wilkes has just arrived. She makes her way up the pavilion steps as Sam Fitzmaurice makes his way to the crease, and that's gone up in the air. This should be out. It's Solomon Dark underneath it. Oh dear. Apperley could do without that. They don't do themselves any favours. You've got to take these chances, and that was a simple one. In fairness to him, oh no, I was going to say the sun, but no, the sun's behind him. The shadows are going the opposite direction. There's no excusing that. Sol's not had a good day today. You know, you can't have a good day every day. He's had quite a few good days recently. Today's not his day. As that one's chopped. Ooh, and picked up at Gully. Bounce first. So Sam could have picked up a few wickets by now. As it is, he still hasn't got one to his name. That's a fuller delivery. Just, whew, well, that's actually, I think that's nearly hit the stumps. It sort of dug out and it went backwards. Matt Williams picked it up after it dribbled past the stumps. How close it was, you'll have a better view on the TV than I do from here. So, Fitzmaurice again. Keep working away, son. Yeah, puts it in good areas more often than not. Great set, they say. Great set, Fitzy. So, that could be his spell over. As the score is 106 for 2 from 20 overs. So Gloucester are past the halfway mark and they've still got 30 overs left to bat with 8 wickets in hand. Apperley really do need to take their chances. They need to get wickets. So it's still Neil Osborne from the church end, but him and Captain Dave Means stood together there, just tinkering with the field. I think that reverse sweep shot is something they're trying to counter here. Twice Montgomery's been successful with that shot with a 4 down there. And now he's just cheekily getting down, playing the little scoop and the regular sweep shot, as if to say to them, yeah, you can do that, and I will then put it down there instead. Let's see. He may well do that. So, Osborne in again, bowls, and that's played to mid-on. It's Adi Mays, not much gets past Adi. In again then, bowls, that's a shorter delivery, and he's played that with a straight bat. Again, it's Adi Mays, and there's that trademark roll. He loves a bit of that. Gets it out at least once a match. Hopefully that was on the cameras. It might not have been though. And there's that reverse sweep again. I mean, sorry. And he doesn't connect with it this time. It's a dangerous shot to play now that they've got the well, they've got the point and the gully and the man down on that third man. And again. And this time the regular sweep, and Williams scampered after it, thought maybe he might be able to get a dive in, but the ball went a bit too far. So that change in field is making him think a little bit, Montgomery. He's got a single there, he's got off the strike. It's Mobs to take strike now. And Ed Mobs gives that a heave over the bowler's head. He's got some top spin on it as the first bounce really accelerated on, but I think it would have gone for 4 either way. So that brings up Nelson. Can Nelson bring the wicket? Did last week. I think it was the 5th wicket was brought up with Nelson last week with the seconds playing here as they got a victory. So the new bowler is going to be, oh, maybe it's not a new bowler. Sam Fitzmaurice is running back there. Yeah, no, it's Fitzmaurice again. So when they were saying, nice set, Sam, nice set, I suppose they just meant the ball's in that over. I thought that was some new cricketing speak about a spell. So Fitzmaurice to continue. In he comes, he bowls, and that's in the air as well, but that's going to be 6. Yep, that's gone over Soldark into the field on the other side of the ground from where I'm positioned for 6 runs. Just have a check what the batsmen are on. What their batsmen on? What was it? So that 6 takes Montgomery on to 47. He's within 1 shot of his 50, and that's not the shot because it's picked up by Dave Means. So can Fitzmaurice get the breakthrough before Montgomery gets his 50? Drives that one again to Means at mid-off. Fitzmaurice again then. Ooh, and that one, that's going to be his 50. He didn't catch it cleanly, but still, it went to the mid-wicket boundary. That's 50 up. 50 up. 50. Just telling the Gloucester players. And so now they've given him a round of applause. He'll want to be there at the end. Make it 100. Fitzmaurice comes in. And that's nicely defended. So Fitzmaurice in again, bowls. It's a full ball driven. Dave Means dives down to his left, stops the ball with one hand. Just a single to end the over. Montgomery will keep the strike. He's on 52. John Bubb makes his way back past the sight screen towards the pavilion with cider in hand. Norm's still out on the other side, having a chat to Robbo and the guy that I'm sure I know, but I don't know how. Where from? And that Robin that keeps visiting me. It's just to my right again. And to my left, this beautiful collie dog, the cricketing collie. And we've got another change of bowling here from the Church End, replacing Neil Osborne. It's going to be Lloyd Griffiths, the Valley boy. His father is Terry Griffiths, not that one. So can Lloyd pick up a couple of wickets here? Apperley need wickets. That's the only way they're going to get anything out of this match. It's by taking wickets. And my eyes are just getting a little bit blinded now as the sun is coming round past the oak tree that was shading me. First ball is chopped. Oh, oh! Could you hear those groans? I think you could have probably heard them. That was fielded by Circum at point. Off his knee, straight into his knee, through his hands and into his knee. Okay, my shades are on, and in comes Griffiths. That one has been hoiked over to Cow Corner, where Soldark comes forward from the covers, picks it up, keeps it to a single, and as a result of that shot, although it's a different batsman facing, Lloyd Griffiths has asked AD Mays to go out to long on from mid on, and he comes in again. That's punched to mid off, and it's Dave Means running in, and they managed to get a single. Means just holding up his hand by way of apology, feeling that he shouldn't have been allowing a single there. Sharp running, but he was always home. And Griffiths in again, and that's just easily played to Soldark for a single along the floor. Griffiths again then off his very short run up, which he always has. No run this time as it's just worked into the offside. Sue and Pete Story on the bench by the nets. Good view from there. It's a shorter ball and it's chopped. Very fine. Will Story comes round to gather that. So single to end the over as a helicopter flies up in the skies out ahead of me. AD Mays the quickest to get round to his position. Be good to see the rest of them with that sort of energy. Quite a lot of just traipsing about, going through the motions. Need a kick up the bum. You know, you've got to be on it. Doesn't matter what the game state is. You have to believe. If you've got that sort of body language, that's when you drop catches when they come your way. So Fitzmaurice in again then. He bowls. And that's batted back to him. He throws the ball immediately to the fielders to get that ball shined. And Glenn makes his way back towards the scorebox. How are you, Glenn? Enjoying your first day at Apperley?
Yeah, it's great.
And that's hit the pads, slight appeal, but you wanted to come. Are you alright? Not in our way, no, cool. You're not. Are you into cricket or not? I don't suppose you have much time.
I'm sort of getting that way. Not really, but
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think with Janet's help.
Yeah. And that's driven back.
Sorry?
No run. Just Conte. That's all right. Yeah, if you're at the football every weekend, there's not much time for cricket, is there? So Sam Fitzmaurice again then comes in and bowls to Mobbs, and he's trying to hoik that into the leg side, missed it. It hits him on the pad. So after that four, Sam Fitzmaurice back in. That's slightly wide. And it's going to be signal wide. Sam Fitzmaurice not happy with his fielders there. A frustrated call of come on as they scampered through for a bye. So that's a wide and a bye. 2 more runs added to the total. So Sam cutting a frustrated figure now. And he's bowled that one full. He won't be happy, and he couldn't get to it. Means dived, couldn't get to it. 4 runs. So not looking good for Apperley here. This really is Gloucester's for the losing now, but you can't see there being much chance of that happening. They require another, 74 runs from 26 overs with 8 wickets in hand. And a seagull flies over. I don't see many of them around here. It's usually buzzards, blackbirds. So Griffiths in again then. That's a full ball. Hit on the full, past the running means. This is chase on here. Will he get there before he gets to the boundary? He does. Picks it up. Big arm with his left hand. One bounce to keeper Matty Williams. So that's another couple added as Lloyd Griffiths off his short run up. A little shuffle and in he comes. Bowls. That's a better length. Just chopped. Not very far, so dot ball. The cricketing collie still eagerly playing along to my left. Valley Boy Griffiths. And that's a good ball. That's a very good ball because it's bowled him. It was nicely flighted. I could see that was a good delivery, and it's gone under the bat of Mobs. He's out. He's bowled. I think they're going to take drinks at this point. I'll just find out how many he got. 12 runs for Mobs, and the players do take drinks. So while they do that, I'll just have a quick break as well, and I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
See, that's how it's done.
So we'll scamper back to our positions. Jeanette Sullivan, the scorer, included. She was just chatting to us out here when we realised the game's about to get back underway. So we took a slightly early drinks, a few balls early, because we just had the wicket of Mobs. And you'd have thought in the time they've had drinks, I'd have got the new batsman's name, but I haven't. But he defends it well. What's the first name? It's Dave Hemmings, the number 5 batsman. So it was a much needed wicket for Apperley, and they're going to need 7 more of those in quick succession. And 1 brings 2. So let's see. As I think this will be the final ball of the over. Oh, he's launched it. And that's a great shot through the covers. 4 runs. That goes all the way to the scorebox, which will now signal 142 for 3 from 25 overs. So the skies are mostly clear now. We had a mix of clouds and sun all day, but it looks like we might have a nice period of sunshine for a good few minutes at least. And it's Sam Fitzmaurice with his collar up. Hopefully that drink break will have helped cool him down a little bit. He was getting a bit frustrated that previous over, but he starts with a wide. Don't worry, Sam, keep your head up. Yeah, bit of teasing coming, as that's teased into the leg side for 4 runs down to the pavilion. Yeah, the Gloucester fielders sort of teasing Sam in his run up, shouting wide. He's not the only bowler today to have bowled wides, fair few wides from both sides. Fitzmaurice in again then. Bowls, and Montgomery has gone for a leap. Adi Mays, another one of his dive and throws in one go. The dive to stop the ball, and he releases it very quickly, but there's no chance of a run out there. The batsman were nicely, safely home. So for the new batsman, mid on and mid off, come forward a bit, as does the cover fielder, who is new boy Neil Osborne. Will Story, the closest fielder to me at mid wicket. Sam Fitzmaurice comes in again. His hair blows back in the breeze, but that's wide again, and it's going to be a bye too. Sloppy. So on that drinks break, Jeanette informed me that Gloucester have hit 25 fours in their 25 overs, so a 4 and over, as well as all those other runs. And that one's up in the air, but sadly, there's nobody there to catch it. In the end, Jeremy Yearsley gets round, and that is a good arm thrown into Matty Williams flat and hard. Straight into his gloves from the boundary down there at the nets. Fitzmaurice in again then. That's a fuller ball, driven to mid-on. Oh, and this time, I said earlier that not much gets past Mays. Well, commentator's curse, that one has. He dived over it. I think he was trying to do that whole dive, roll, throw in one go, get a run out. He forgot the pickup. So, with the score now on 155, I don't think it's going to be long, barring a incredible collapse. Oh, this batsman just pulls away as Sam's running in. He'll have to start that one again. That's confused the collie. In he comes again then. Bowls, that's full, and worked into the onside. That's a lovely shot. That's lovely. Worked into the gap. 4 runs. So, no fruit for Sam Fitzmaurice this week. Not yet. 2 blackbirds up ahead. Well, they're not blackbirds, are they? What are they? They've gone out of view now. And again, that's a good length, but the line just on the leg side, so clipped towards the square leg boundary. Chase on for Will Story, but it's trickled over the boundary edge. That's another 4. Umpire Williams calls over, and that might be over in terms of Sam Fitzmaurice's bowling spell. He's not happy. He was unlucky earlier on in his spell. He could have picked up a few wickets. As it was, he's ended up going for a few runs. It'll be Lloyd Griffiths now to continue from the church end. So at the very least, Apperley have got to be thinking about bowling points here. You get, I think it's a point for every 2 wickets that you take. So one more wicket, they get 1 more point. You know, they've lost the first 3 games. It looks like they're going to lose the 4th. So as it stands, they'll be fighting for survival in the league. So every point counts. This is what they should be saying. But it's quite flat out there. Apart from keeper Matty Williams, I can't hear a lot. In comes Griffiths. Bowls. That's defended back to him. There's Matty again. The only one to give encouragement. Griffiths in, and there's that. Could be a wicket. That's up in the air. Dave Means, the safe hands of Dave Means underneath that, and he's taken it. There is that second bowling point. Well done, Lloyd Griffiths. And Matty now just giving them a bit of geeing up. Yes, come on, we can do this. So that's the end of Montgomery, the danger man. They crossed there as Montgomery got 64 runs, batted well for those 64, and Neil Osborne just acknowledging that by shaking his hand as he walks off. We've got a new batsman at number 6, and it's Sam Winton. So Sam Winton, who opened the bowling at number 6, he's the overseas player for Gloucester, an Aussie. Just mentioning earlier when we had John Bubb on commentary with me, one of our, well, we were talking about a couple of our Australian overseas we had back in the 90s and early noughties. First Chris Street in the 90s, he was by far and away the best we've had here. And then Nick Grover after that was also pretty decent himself. Back to the game then, Lloyd Griffiths, that's in the slot. It's driven to mid-on, which brings the new man, Sam Winton, on strike. He's the first of the Gloucester batsmen to come out without a helmet. Instead, he's got a cap on. Dark cap. So Mobbs, the non-striker's end, while Winton faces up to the Welshman Lloyd Griffiths, and he's defended that. Backward a square on the offside, no run. There's just one branch that's stopping me get some sun. It's keeping me in the shade from that big oak tree to my left. Oh, it was an appeal from Griffiths there. I think that was going down leg by the looks of things. There's a chase on for Neil Osborne. Gets there. It's 2 leg byes. Welshman to the Australian again then, and that one's come off the edge of the toe of the bat. They don't get a run though, and that's the end of the over. Gloucester are 165 for 4 from 27, I think it'll be now. Scoreboard here says 26 still, but I think that was 27, yeah, because they opened from the church end. So the chapel end, this will be the 28th over. And we have a new bowler, and this will be interesting. No one's seen Adam Sercombe bowl before because this is his debut for Apperley today. So we're all keen to see how he can do. He looked competent with the bat when he batted. It's actually 166 as the scoreboard updates to my right now. 166 for 4 from 26. seam bowler. In he comes. Bowls, and that's on the money straight away. So still need 44 runs for victory to Gloucester. We've got 6 wickets in hand, but 2 quick wickets now would make it interesting. That's what Apperley have got to be thinking. As Circum comes in and bowls. Ooh, that's wrapped the pad. There's a couple of appeals, but not from the players behind or in front of the wicket. Neither bowler or wicketkeeper interested in that, so obviously wasn't close. Circum in again. Bowls, and that's nicely driven. And again, that's gone through Mays. I don't know what happened there. And it just looked like he didn't bother. Maybe it was wider of him than I thought, and he just sort of went down. But I think that was a misfield. In which case, it'll be twice that the usually reliable Mays has done that. He's got a very prominent red strip down the side of his trousers from where he's been shining the ball. But and he moves back a bit now, as does Dave Means at mid-off. Give himself a few more yards. This time the ball's played behind the wicket. Sam Fitzmaurice picks it up. Fielders keeping themselves entertained out there. Circum comes in again then. Bowls right arm over the wicket, and that's played slightly aerial, but nowhere near a fielder. That's another 4 runs. As Gloucester edge ever closer to the target. Circum comes in again, that's short, but there's no run. It's played in the offside to Soldark, and that ends the over. I thought it did, but the umpire still hasn't moved, so I was just confused for a millisecond there. He makes his way towards square leg now. Lloyd Griffiths will continue, as head groundsman Norm McPherson continues his stroll around the pitch. He's exactly opposite to me now. So, Glenn, next to me, what do you think is going to happen tonight in the Champions League final?
Well, Jeanette wants Liverpool to win, and I think it could be Real Madrid.
You think it could be, yeah?
Yeah.
They seem to be upsetting everyone, don't they?
Yeah.
Because JJ is Liverpool, isn't he?
Yeah,
Jeanette's
yeah.
son, that's right, yeah. She wants a happy family. A dot to begin this over then. Lloyd's in again. It's another dot, defended by Winton. Yeah, so we'll be showing the Champions League final in the clubhouse on the big screen this evening. Try and make it into a little bit of a social. As that's played to mid-wicket, Soldark comes round, picks it up, keeps it to 1. And if spirits are a little low from a defeat here today, hopefully they'll be picked up by the returning twos. The second 11 looked like they were in a winning position at the halfway stage of their game. Cows go running in the field to my right, as that is batted back to Dave Means. No run. Griffiths in again then, and that's hit Oh, good stop by Means. Very good. Over to his left, gets down, gets his left foot, left hand to it. No run again then. Mobbs still on strike, and Griffiths in. That's a decent delivery, and it's given the respect it deserves. A nice defensive shot. That's the end of another over from Lloyd Griffiths. It's 175 for 4. 29 have gone. Another 21 still left. Not that they'll be used, because well before then, either the runs or, less likely, 6 wickets will be taken. So Will Story's just been sent to field on the square leg boundary, just along from me, with Neil Osborne coming into the mid-wicket position. I think he was in. I think Will was in before, and it's Adam Sercombe to continue from the Chapel end. He's in bowls. It's a short delivery, played off the back foot, but straight to Curtis Aldroyd in his red hat at cover. Beautiful sea of blue above me now, directly above. Clouds in the distance. In comes Sercombe again. That's better delivery full, but it's played over the top of Adi Mays, and that is 4 runs to Sam Winton, the Australian. So just 30 short of Apperley's total now. Our Gloucester, 31 to win. Sercombe still bowling. No run off that ball, as it's cut to Fitzmaurice at backward point. This time, Winton plays it over mid-off rather than mid-on. Same result, 4 runs. Will Story to my right. He's got his hand on his cap as he looks forlornly over at the scoreboard there. 183 for 4 it reads now. So Sercombe again then. Fields off his own bowling then. I think that was off his foot. I would have thought, there's no point keeping himself back any longer. Dave Means should bring himself back on. Apperley need wickets, and Griffiths at one end and Means at the other would probably be their best chance of getting them. That's the end of that over. So Griffiths takes his cap off, hands it to the umpire. He reveals a head short of much hair. And Means he does look like he's possibly coming on next, as he just sways his arm back and forward there at mid-off. A little bit of a stretch. I mean, that's what's got to happen, surely, with only 27 runs required. Griffiths it is. Well down by Jeremy Earsley to stop that going any further. You know, even if they're not going to win the match, 2 more wickets will get them a bonus point. So get your attacking bowlers on. Griffiths it is. Plays that one in. A bit shorter, but defended on the front foot still. Matt Williams still the only one with any genuine encouragement. Some of the others with a bit of banter here and there. More sort of taking the mickey out of each other's fielding rather than genuinely encouraging the bowler. Not that Lloyd needs it. In he comes. This time. Yeah, bit more encouragement as he joins up the dots. In he comes again then. Can he get a breakthrough? Can he get a wicket? That's fired in. Ooh. They run through. I think that'll be a bye. A leg bye? A leg bye signalled by the umpire. Griffiths again then. And that's nicely driven by Winton. Means picks up. 1 run. That's the end of the over. And it is Means to bring himself on now. This time from the Chapel end, whereas he'd opened the innings from the Church end. Shadow's getting a little bit longer. And Wilbur's back. He's made his way over the fields. Just a hop, skip and a jump from his house as he works his way round the outfield towards the clubhouse. And he wants to see an Apperley win. Not much chance today, might have to wait for next week. But there is still a chance. You never know. A couple of wickets, get a bit of pressure on. That's why Dave Means is on now. So in he comes. Left arm around the wicket. Bowls to the Australian. There's a run-out chance. Oh, but Old Droid attacked it well, but couldn't quite pick it up cleanly. So it's Means to Mobs. That's a slower one, and that's gone up in the air. And Sam Fitzmaurice, he's taken the catch. That's out. Well done, Sam. Kept his eye on it. It's exactly what we needed. And said Means could be the man to get the wicket. He just took the pace off that delivery. I think that was the off cutter, and that went up in the air. That's the end of Mobs. Caught by Fitzmaurice for 25, we think. Yep, 25 runs scored by Mobs. So 5th wicket for Apperley. 1 more for another bonus point. And then you never know once you get that though. Tom Collinson. Yeah. So it's Tom Collinson in at number 7. Excellent. Thanks, Wilbur. It's just saying it's coming over well on the TV. It's what we like to hear. So Collinson into the crease. You what? Oh, did I? So, a fifth wicket down now. The batsman did cross, so it's the Australian Sam Winton who's on strike, and again Means takes the pace off that one. I think he's bowling a few cutters here, and he might just then surprise them with the full-blooded delivery. This is where still a chance now, but as I was saying earlier, two wickets, especially if you get the Australian out. As that's edged, and Matty Williams dives across. I'm not sure if that was an opportunity. I mean, he's definitely hit it. Did it carry? Did it go down? Was it a bump ball? Not sure. You'll have had a better view on your screens. I can't really see from here. But yeah, if we were to get him out, then you've got numbers 7 and 8 at the crease. Yeah, so a more attacking field being set now, quite rightly so. Sure, we might beat the infield and get the runs, but that's the gamble you've got to take at this stage. Apperley desperately need wickets. And Means Apperley's danger man. He's coming over the wicket now to the left-hander. Oh, is there a nick on that? As Matt Williams dived, did well to stop it. Didn't quite take the catch. Oh, dead ball. Why is that being signalled then? Why was that dead ball? Well, the score is just as confused as I have no idea why that's been brought back. Anyway, as it is, here we go again. Means in this time, full face of the bat from Collinson. And that's the end of Means is over. A wicket for him, a wicket for Apperley. 5 of them now. You know, it could be similar to last week where they look like they're getting close to what would have otherwise looked to be a very surprise victory to fall just short. Too little too late almost, but I'm not here to predict the future. Let's just see what happens. 5 more wickets to take. I think these two still look like very competent batsmen, so I need to get them both out very soon. That's driven back at Lloyd Griffiths by Sam Winton. And again then, he bowls. That's nicely flighted and defended. Some cirrus clouds up ahead of me. Very fine. This looks very nice out there. No run again. Griffiths in again, and that's shorter. He's worked that into the onside. Lady Mays at mid-on, can't prevent the single. So that's another run to the total. There's one white and one light brown horse in the distance to my left. In the fields below Apperley Court. They're enjoying the sunshine. There's Collinson, the left-hander, takes his guard. Sam Fitzmaurice on the offside boundary being asked to come in to point. Little story going round to a short third man. It's all dark in the covers. And we've got a city mid-off coming in. That's Jeremy Yearsley. And completing the offside field is Adi Mays at mid-off. In comes Lloyd Griffiths, and there's a little shout there. They thought that was close. It hit the spot. Wanted it to turn a little bit more, just take the edge. Here he goes again, over the wicket, sorry. And that is the over. 33 gone. It's 188 for 5. Still 22 left to get for Gloucester. 5 wickets in hand. AD Mays already in his position. He's playing a little game with himself, tossing the ball up and down as he waits for everyone else to get ready. And then he throws it to his captain. And pace bowler Dave Means, who's ready now and comes in to bowl. The chapel end, that's full. It's quick. It's defended back to him. So Apperley hoping the quality of Means shines through here, and he takes another wicket as he comes around the wicket. That's played into the covers. Shots shy at the stumps. He's direct hit, but he was nicely in. I think there would have been another run had it not hit the stumps, because there was no one immediately backing up. So just by hitting the stumps, it's saved a run. So we've got more players on the offside now for the left-handed Collinson, but that's pulled to the leg side, down to the nets for 4 runs. Bit of chat out there now, I think, between the batsman, the non-striking batsman and the fielders. Collinson on strike plays that straight on the onside. Curtis Aldroyd comes over to pick it up. Polite request from wicketkeeper and vice-captain Matty Williams to his captain to bend his back. In he comes. That's in. That's wrapped the pads. That's low and he's out. He's got him. That's another bonus point. Means like that. The big shout as he got that one. So Collinson has gone. Could we have an interesting finish on here? Getting into the tail end of Gloucester now. I don't know how low they bat. So let's see. Might be a few nervy twitches over there on the Gloucester side of the pavilion. So Collinson wasn't there for long, but he got 4 runs, and the number 8 batsman is Tom Wilshaw. So Wilshaw joins Winton. Yeah, a few of the Apperley fielders sort of getting a bit more encouragement now, and this is why earlier on they have to understand that you have to have that attitude all the way. You've got to be proactive out there on the field. As it is, there's a sniff here. That's a good ball from Means first up. Wilshaw sort of spins his bat like a swashbuckling swordsman after that ball fizzes past him. Almost an acknowledgement that that was too good for him. So danger man, Dave Means, with his tail up. In he comes from the chapel end, bowls. Oh, and that's a ferocious ball too. Wilshaw didn't know much about that, and it's just hit the inside edge, gone through his legs. He's got a single, he's off the mark. End of the over, another over with a wicket from Means. Gloucester are 194 for 6 from 34. They need 10 for victory. Just 4 wickets left.
Is it 194?
So Griffiths to continue from the church end. He's just making fine tunings to his field. Now he's satisfied. He's in. Bowls. Oh, that's wrapped the pad. That's near the. Oh, I tell you what. That was low and he was back quite close to his stumps. Obviously the line, the issue there. He's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, so that might have pitched outside leg. Can't see from here. We'll have a look on the replay later. In he comes again. And this time, bat on ball. So, Lloyd Griffiths. In again. Full. Ooh. Didn't time that one. But it's a single nonetheless, and it brings Winton on to strike. You'd think this was a key wicket now at this point. Get Winton out this over. So new boy Neil Osborne telling Lloydie to adjust the field a little bit. I think Lloydie was quite happy with it. Just moved one person a little bit. I'm not sure who Neil was saying to move, but anyway, Lloyd continues. That's a shorter ball and played off the back foot to AD Mays, who's at mid-on, a deep mid-on. Deep enough for an easy single to be scored there. So whilst Winton would be the prize wicket at this point, any wicket will do. So Wilshaw on strike, and that's fired into him by Griffiths. And that's the end of his over. Now can Means take his 3rd wicket in 3 overs? Come on, Meansy. Cry from a few of the Apperley players. Still not a great deal of energy, it has to be said. I think that's something I'd look to work on with this Apperley team. Not all of them, but body language, energy. Means he's still got energy. In he comes, round the wicket, defended. Encouragement from Matty Williams. Yep, calling out to these fielders to back Dave Means is Matty Williams. In he comes, bowls. Ooh, that's beaten the bat. Ooh, it's beaten Williams as well. It went in the gloves and back out again. Didn't get an edge on it, so it's not a missed opportunity. But it did definitely beat the batsman, that one. Means again. Yeah, real energy into that one. So much so he gave a grunt as he let go of the ball, a la Monica Sellers, but unfortunately it's been driven through the covers for 4 runs. So valuable runs, and that is 200 up for Gloucester, I think. Yep, 200 up. So just 10 required for victory now. So it really would take something special here for Apperley. Asmeen's got it again. Really bends his back. They scamper through for a single. Sam Winton's done well here. So 2 deliveries remaining. As Winton just lets Wilshaw know. I think he wants him to just block these 2 out. It's back over the wicket to the left-hander. For the left-hander. Means. And he has blocked that one out. 1 ball to come. And now finally, just as the innings, the match is about to come to a conclusion, I do get that sunshine from which I've been shaded for most of this innings. In again, oh, he doesn't block that one. It's in the air. Oh, it's agonisingly over AD Mays at mid-off, but he chases it, flicks it up to himself. They get 2. So end of the over. Gloucester require 7 runs to win. Apperley require 4 wickets to win. Norman McPherson now sat on the bench next to that scoreboard over to my right. Wilbur's off to watch the rugby. Sporting day today then. Cricket, rugby, football. Well, it's most Saturdays, isn't it? So, as John Bubb makes his way back towards me, the match nears its end. It's Lloyd Griffiths to continue. And he comes in. He bowls. That's a full toss. And that's into the gap. And with that, I think we're pretty much done. You off. So with the play coming to close, Apperley legend John Bubb, who made his first visit here since, I think he said 2008 was the last time he's come back for the 10-year Lord's anniversary match. He's decided the match is over and he's going to make his way. He's got a trip up to Edinburgh this evening. Gloucester just 1 shot away from victory here. 3 runs to win. And it's Lloyd Griffiths who bowls. The watchful Aussie, Sam Winton, dabs that down just behind square on the offside for no run. And Clive Hale is poised next to me as well. He's just limbering up, ready to go out and collect the stumps. Where's the flag collector today? Clive, where's the flag collector today? For you as well. Where's Baz then? That's... Oh, I say, that was a chance. I think. I didn't see it. It sounds like it. Apparently Baz is away this weekend. So, we'll give Clive a hand getting the flags in. As Lloyd comes in again. He bowls, and that's cut. Adam Serkin fields it. And Matty Williams showing the rest of them that even when the match pretty much truly is gone, you still encourage. You play to the death. So Dave means it is to bowl 38th over of the match. It's defended. And the wind's dropped a bit here now. It's a very pleasant evening indeed. As fine leg just comes up off the boundary. Short fine leg position means in. Batted by Wilshaw, set off for a run. Initially shouted yes, and then realised, oh no, that's gone straight to Curtis Aldroyd. I need to get back in my crease. Means in again then. Left arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's an almighty heave to win the match by Wishall. That's game over. The batsman pump fists in the middle. Dave Means collects his cap and shakes hands with umpire Williams. And Apperley have lost again. This time it's a 4-wicket defeat. Gloucester home with plenty of time to spare. Well done, chaps. Clive Hale takes the stump bag out. The trees. But unfortunately for Apperley Cricket Club, it's 4 defeats from 4. I am just going to wait for the scorers to finish crossing the T's and dotting the I's, and then I will give you the bowling figures and the batting card. So back with you now just to summarise the match, which was won by Gloucester by 4 wickets with, what was it, 12 and a bit overs to spare?
Yeah.
There was 12 and a half overs to spare. Jack Whiting opened the batting in the second innings there. He got 18, was caught by Matt Williams off the bowling of Dave Means. Luke Carr batted well for 38 before he was caught and bowled quite spectacularly by debutant Neil Osborne. Scott Montgomery, he was the pick of the batsmen, the keeper. He got 64 from 65 balls before he was caught by Dave Means off the bowling of Lloyd Griffiths. Lloyd Griffiths also got Ed Mobbs. He bowled in for 12. Dave Hemmings was the number 5 batsman. That was Means' second wicket. Caught by Sam Fitzmaurice for 25. Tom Collinson got 4. He was bowled by Dave Means. Oh no, it was LBW, sorry, by Dave Means. And the not-out batsman was Sam Winton, the Australian. He got 24 not out. Tom Wilshaw scored the winning runs there in his 7, is it? Oh, 8 on there.
Yeah, so I go for the
8, okay. And the bowling card then. Skipper Dave Means, 8.2 overs, 3 for 46. Jeremy Yearsley, 4 overs, 0 for 34. Sam Fitzmaurice, 9 overs, 0 for 62. The only maiden was bowled by Neil Osborne. He got 6 overs, 1 for 28. Lloyd Griffiths bowled 8 overs, 2 for 20. And Adam Sercombe, 2 overs for 16. So thanks for joining us. As I see the camera's actually gone. And I think the next game, we're away on Wednesday, so it'll be next Saturday. We'll see you then.